those who appreciate the work that we're doing here on Standing for Truth, please hit that subscribe button because we are just getting started.
Hey guys, it's Standing for Truth coming to you. I am live here with a couple guests. We got a really exciting debate ahead of us today. I'd like to thank Dr. Kent Hovind, and Snake Was Right is who he goes by on his YouTube channel. Thanks so much for giving us your time for this really exciting debate. So let's get right into it, shall we? I've gotten a film free here who's going to be co-moderating with me, so I want to thank him for that. This debate, it's going to be fast-paced and engaging. I'll have Neff here start it off by reading the format for the debate, and we'll get right into it.
Okay, so the debate format is as follows: 2 5-minute openings. There'll be 2 periods of 4 minutes for rebuttal each, 4 minutes apiece twice, a 20-minute discussion period, and 2 3-minute closings. Then we'll have an 8-minute question and answer section. So with that, I guess we're ready to begin. Dr. Hovind or Snake was right. Which one is going first?
Oh, he can go first. No problem.
Okay. Taylor, I'll start the clock for your 5-minute opening when you begin speaking.
Okay. So what we're going to be focusing on today is the debate topic is evolution scientific? So we're going to have to define what scientific is and what evolution is. So what we're talking about is biological evolution, which is defined as descent with modifications, or also defined more narrowly as the change in genetic composition of a population from generation to generation. That's from my personal textbook. Oxford Dictionaries also says it's the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the Earth. So what we're talking about is the change of existing life forms. We are not talking about abiogenesis or how life began, only how existing life changes. What is not biological evolution? As I've explained, how life began, abiogenesis; chemical evolution, how simpler molecules became more complex outside of this process of reproducing life forms; cosmic evolution, how the celestial bodies formed due to gravity in the Big Bang; evolution of cars; evolution of arms and armor; any other type of evolution that is not referring to the change of living things. I sincerely hope my opponent does not try that straw man. So microevolution, my opponent already agrees with, which is a change in allele frequency in a population due to recombination and mutation. What he does not agree with is that exact same process at an above species level. So that process applied to a change between species. Let's see. So there are 3 possibilities here with creationism. Either 99.998% of life scientists are desperately ignorant about the topic of our own study, and amateur scientists, like biblical literalists, know more about science than the actual scientists do. That's possibility number 1. Possibility number 2 is that 99.998% of scientists, including a majority of Christians, are all acting under the religion of scientism and working for some sort of vague atheist conspiracy. The third option is that the amateurs are demonstrating the Dunning-Kruger effect, where they are unable to sense or acknowledge their own incompetence. And this is not some sort of attack on anyone. I'm an amateur in many subjects. But the young Earth creationist narrative necessarily relies on a conspiracy theory, because they will not admit possibility number 1 or possibility number 2. So we're going to go over the formal logic of evolution, and we'll see if Kent agrees with this at all. Premise 1, we observe divergent population change due to change of allele frequency and inherited modifications. Premise 2, that's evolution. Premise 3, we observe changes between populations in the fossil layers. Premise 4, populations in the layer trend toward modern life and more diversity as you go up towards the younger layers. Premise 5, evolution and phylogeny predict new fossils and where to find new and old ones. Conclusion, evolution is responsible for the changes in populations between fossil layers. So a possible conversation topic we could have is Kent could point out where in those premises or conclusion he disagrees with.
Taylor, you have 1 minute 43 seconds.
1 whole minute? Okay, so we're just going to go over the methodology of science versus religion. Science observes and gathers evidence, produces a hypothesis or a theory, which produces a prediction, and that prediction is tested, and we go with those observations and we either retest it or go to other questions. Now, this is the methodology of science, and evolution fits this methodology. The methodology of religion is to just assume your religious book is true and then try to make all of the evidence fit that. Creationism already acknowledges that evolution is true and scientific. What we're going to disagree on is whether or not that constitutes common ancestry in the fossil record. To say that a non-cow came from a cow or that a cow came from a non-cow is a straw man of evolution. But I'm sure this will come up. Evolution is true because it's scientific because we observe it, because our theories make testable predictions in virology and geology. And since we've never seen a special creation, there's no reason to assume it. And certain unique genes are conserved among lineages when they develop. And this is how we tell paternity and ancestry within species. And the changes of the exact same type of mutation occurring is low. What happens is called convergent evolution. The changes of the exact same mutation in the exact same gene is about 1 in 113 billion. So the chances to say that evolution is more likely than creationism is indeed scientific by all definitions. And that's where I rest my case.
Okay, I'll reset the timer. 5 minutes. Dr. Hovind, whenever you begin speaking, I'll begin the timer.
All right, Taylor, can you put your slides back up? Number 10. Let's start there. I'd be glad to address all of these things. I can see why you believe in evolution. I don't think you understand what creation teaches. So, no, I'm sorry, keep going. Number 11, 12, I think it's 11. Oh, you didn't use those, did you?
Which one are you looking for? The logic one or the methodology?
Sure, okay. That's fine. All right.
I have this variant too, and it might be a little bit more agree to you.
Oh, back up 2 more before the conspiracy one. So it'll be slide number 5. Back up 2. Okay. You said there are 3 possibilities here. Oh, back up right there. This is where you're mistaken. That's like saying are elephants orange or are elephants pink? There are more options than that, okay? You've given 3 possibilities, all of which are obviously wrong. That's not how you do science. You don't limit it to 3 and then pick which of the 3 you want. There's a 4th possibility you haven't even considered here. There's probably more than 4 possibilities. If it's going to be logic, I mean, you're going to use logic. You got to say, hold it. Why are we limiting it to 3? I think some of you evolutionists have limited it down to say, okay, we know life evolved. Now we just have to figure out how. Well, you need to back up and always be willing to re-examine your premise. We don't know that life evolved. I always, in my seminar, show the 6 different meanings of the word evolution, which you had up here, and you only want to talk about number 5 and 6. Are the changes that we see within are variations within what I would call the same kind, and you use the word species, it never varies beyond that. So I would say all 3 of your possibilities listed here are not part of the question. It's not part of the answer either. The 4th possibility is that God created the animals and plants to bring forth after their kind, and he gave them an incredible gene code that is able to vary for many different ways and many different reasons, but it stays within the same kind. I use the example all the time of dogs. There are quite a few varieties of dogs in the world. The American Kennel Association recognizes 339 breeds of dogs. They might have had a common ancestor called a dog. That is exactly what the Bible says is going to happen. And yet you are saying that dogs are related to bananas if you go back far enough in time. And I suspect that you would say, no, we know dogs will always produce dogs. I don't understand how you evolutionists cannot see the obvious in front of you. You will say going forward in the future, dogs always produce dogs. But in the past, something non-dog had to produce a dog. If you believe dogs and bananas have a common ancestor, which I'm sure you do, was that common ancestor a dog or a banana? Which one was it? And did it turn into something other than its kind? And how could evolution happen in the past? We don't see it in the present. We don't see dogs produce anything but dogs. I would like to point out also, Taylor, I'm sure you've heard me say this, that no fossils at all, no fossils are going to count for evidence for evolution. When you find fossils in the dirt, all you really can prove is it died. You cannot prove that fossil had any children that lived. You certainly couldn't prove it had children that lived that were different. And instead of looking for fossils for your evidence, why don't you watch what the farmers are doing today? There's a whole lot of animals having babies all over the world, and they always produce the same kind. Cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs. There is no evidence of any change beyond what I would call the same kind. There's no evidence of this happening any place on planet Earth in recorded history. So you have incredible faith to believe it happened in the past, long ago and far away, but that's not science. What we see today are roughly 8,000 different kinds of animals on land, depending on how you want to count them. There's a website called baraminology.com that deals with baramin, which is the Hebrew word for kind. And they're trying to calculate how many kinds of animals are there in the world. And the guess is on land about 8,000. In the
50
water,
seconds.
In the water, thousands more. But the Bible says they will bring forth after their kind. So without referring to fossils or something in the past that certainly wouldn't hold up as evidence for evolution at all, like the walking lungfish or whatever, maybe it was designed to be that way. You don't know that that's a transition between anything. When it has babies, they turn out just like their mom and dad. And when they have grandbabies, they turn out like mom and dad. So you somehow believe that this came from something that was non-walking lungfish, and this is simply not science. I wish you could see it, Taylor. What you have is a religion. You believe strongly that in the past, animals were able to do something no animal today can do, produce something other than their kind. The Bible said 20 times in the first 7 chapters, they'll bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. So I rest my case.
Okay, Taylor, you have 4 minutes, and then we'll do this twice each. So I'm setting the clock at 4 minutes. Taylor, I'll begin when you start speaking.
I think Taylor, I think you're muted. I muted you for Dr. Hovind's presentation. You just got to unmute yourself.
Oh. Okay. Is my screen up?
Yes.
Okay. So we don't just draw lines on a piece of paper and say it happened. The reason we know it happened is because we have models that make accurate predictions about when and where the fossils are going to be. And since we predict transitional fossils being transitions between 2 different solid species groups, and then we go find it exactly where we expected it to be, that confirms our model. So let's talk about kinds. Is this a cat or a dog kind? No creationist has ever been able to answer, and to me this proves that links between kinds exist because traits can be mixed such that you can't tell and that they lead into one another. This is still evolution. My opponent has already admitted that my thesis in this debate. Microevolution is evolution. I'm going to humor him with macroevolution though, because that's pretty much the crux of our misunderstanding here. He says that we've never observed any kind of species transforming into a different kind. And by his definition of kind, we have witnessed this. It's called a ring species. Each species in this line is able to reproduce with the next one, the one next to it, but the earliest and the latest form are not able to reproduce. They're not able to bring forth. They are not the same kind. So that's like saying A equals B equals C, but C does not equal A. That is mathematically, logically incoherent. And yes, this has been proven. We see speciation. We see speciation in real time with algae, and we see them go from single cellular to colonial or to multicellular with different tissues and different cell functions. So why would God make each of these species individually and specially, a special creation for each single one of these steps? Even though they have each been able to be proven to evolve into each other, why would God make organisms that fill every step of what evolution would predict and then expect us to reject evolution? If life was created 6,000 years ago, the creator certainly wanted us to think life was evolved. We observe this happening in real time, both in the wild and the laboratory. We've seen single cells go to multicellular organisms, and not just colonies, but colonies that have evolved the exact same cell number, and they retain that cell number. And then from there, we've seen them actually differentiate into sexual cells versus somatic cells in the laboratory. And we proved that the gene that is doing this was present in the unicellular starting organisms. And we observed them evolve in the lab multiple times with multiple different selection pressures. And we saw this happen. Now, this is called confirming your model. And this is something creationism cannot do as an alternative. And I'm using creationism as an example of what bad science looks like to compare it to what good science looks like. So Darwin predicted that we would have
30 seconds.
Darwin predicted that we would find a transition between dinosaurs and birds. We found that within 2 years, exactly where we'd expect it to find it. That's called confirming the model. Now, all of these creatures that I'm showing you right now are all the same kind of creature. Where do you think that they're not the same kind of creature anymore? The only difference is the little fin fibrils became a little thicker, and they look like fingers now.
That's time. Okay, resetting the clock. Dr. Hovind, you have 4 minutes, sir, when you begin speaking.
Well, thank you, Taylor. Excellent slides, excellent work. You're going to make a great creationist when we get you converted. Could we use your slide number 29 again? And let me point out what I think would be obvious. Slide number 29. I did not prepare slides for this. I was told I couldn't use them, so okay. Taylor, I want you to look carefully at what you have here. Well, you're calling it a ring species. I'm very familiar with that. I lived in California for a couple of years. What you have are lizards that when you get around the central part of California, you end up with a lizard. Every 4-year-old on planet Earth would recognize both of them as the same kind. This is where you're mixing the word kind and the word species. God said they will bring forth after their kind, and I think every 4-year-old on up in the entire planet would look at those and say, those are the same kind of animal. It's a lizard. If that is somehow evidence that lizards are related to bananas, you need to get your money back for your education. They lied to you. That is not evidence. That is evidence that animals can produce a variety, and they may no longer be interfertile for whatever reason. Like the rabbits from Alaska cannot breed with the rabbits from Florida, is my understanding. Their cycles are different because of the weather. However, the Minnesota rabbits would breed with either one. They're halfway between. And so you now have 2 separate species of rabbit, but they're the same kind of animal called a rabbit. So I think all you've demonstrated here is creation. Now, if you could go to slide 41, okay, I'd leave that right there. Logically incoherent. I never said A equals B and B equals C, but A does not equal C. I taught math for 15 years. I'll be glad to take a quiz against you or anybody else on algebra, geometry, or trig if you'd like, and it's been 40 years since I did it. But I believe the evidence clearly shows that animals always produce after their kind. So look at slide 41, if you would, on yours. You showed a variety of creatures that I think you'd like to maybe look at the actual fossils that are found. Did they find all of the bones for any of these creatures? You have several of them listed here. Are the complete skeletons found? Are they different enough that they cannot be the same kind? Do you know that any of those fossils that were found had children? How could you prove they had children? Again, you're looking in the wrong place for evidence. You're looking for fossils. As far as predictive power, I completely disagree. All of the layers of the earth were formed in one big flood. Of course, animals are going to be sorted based upon their body density, based upon their habitat, based upon their mobility. You can get a jar of dirt, sand, rocks, and gravel and water and shake it up and produce 20 layers in 20 seconds. And you need to watch my video number 6 about the flood in the days of Noah. The flood would have formed all the layers in a matter of a few weeks or months. I cover on my video series about how Grand Canyon had to form probably in a couple weeks, certainly not millions of years. And the stratification happens rapidly. As the moon pulls the tides up, it's going to suck all the water in from the sides. Here in Lenox, Alabama, we're spinning around the earth at 886 miles an hour. That would mean the water would move sideways for 886 miles an hour for maybe an hour or two. Then it would slow down and stabilize during high tide. And then when the water goes back down, the water rushes the other way. 886 miles an hour. So I think you're simply dreaming. You're using evidence of transitional fossils. Stop. First place, you don't know that their transition between anything. Is a tricycle a transition between a bicycle and a car? It has 3 wheels. Well, if you want to believe it is a transition, you can, but no, each one is designed to do what it does. I think a freshman law student in a court of law could look at any one of these you're presenting and say, Your Honor, A, you don't know that they had any children. B, you certainly don't know they had different children. C, no animal alive today, no animal is able to produce other than its kind.
That's time.
Why would you think a bone in the dirt could do it? It's insane. It's great faith you have, though. I do admire your faith. Go ahead.
4 minutes for Taylor.
So we know they had children because we find many of them, and we find them at different ages, and we find their eggs. The individuals are always part of populations. We also know that the flood did not sort them by density or size or ability to escape, because there are many organisms that died that are able to escape, such as pterosaurs that can fly, and they eat fish, so they would not have been affected at all by the flood, yet they're all dead. And the first layers of the floods show a single cellular life for half of that period. So how are the lightest, smallest organisms ending up at the bottom? Your sorting method makes no coherent sense whatsoever. Let's see. You said I'm just interpreting bones I found in the dirt as being ancestors, and that we don't know that these ever changed over time. And we know this because of the model, which is making accurate predictions. The ancestor model predicts that animals change. The chemistry predicts the date range and the type of change. The geology can predict the correct region and environment. And then we find either typical fossils or a transitional fossil. And we can find transitional fossils that we've never found based purely on our model. We can say, I think there's going to be a transitional fossil between this, and I'm going to say it's going to have these traits. And it's going to exist at this date range. And we go out and we find them. That's because we know what we're talking about. That's because the model is accurate, and there's no arguing that whatsoever. That proves the ancestor model. We don't just look at evidence and make up a story. We gather evidence, test possible explanations, and we stick with those explanations that make novel, future testable predictions. As for the definition of, as for ring species, when A equals B equals C, I was using equals to mean brings forth. So A can bring forth with B, B can bring forth with C, C can bring forth with D, and D can bring forth with E. That means that they're all the same kind, according to Hovind's definition. But his definition is broken because we can see that E cannot bring forth with A. Therefore, that's why scientists don't use that terminology. They don't use bring forth as any way to distinguish organisms. Species applies more broadly, talking about ability to breed not only on the genetic level, but the physical level and the geographic level and the behavioral preference level. So the fact that these salamanders diverge from one another and can no longer bring forth means that we have witnessed within the same kind, what Mr. Hovind literally just admitted was this all the same kind. We've witnessed speciation, and 2 of these members of the same kind no longer being the same kind. That is speciation. I have proven my thesis here. How much time do I have left?
You have 50 seconds.
All right. We do have the fossils for these. And this is going to be the same argument. They're all the same kind. They're just diversification within the same kind. So what we see between the fossil layers is we know that they're all millions of years apart due to chemistry, and you have to overturn the chemical consensus to refute that. And we see populations change in real life. We see populations change in the fossil layers. It's no stretch. And we see fish using their fins to walk. And it's pretty simple stuff.
That's time.
That'll be my time.
Okay, Dr. Hovind, you have 4 minutes, sir.
All right. right, if you can call my background up on screen, full screen here instead of his, can you change that? There. I was told, Taylor, that your specialty is in cells, becoming, I understand, a PhD student in cell biology. Am I right on that?
It's just an undergrad degree. It's not PhD. But
Okay.
yeah, it's in cell biology, developmental biology.
Cell developmental biology. I guess I'm curious. You can answer this later. Put my screen back up here if you would, guys. Why you are focusing so much on fossils as opposed to your specialty, which is supposed to be cells. The cell is incredibly complex, mind-bogglingly complex. Darwin thought of the cell as just simply a sack of jelly. He didn't know any better. Nobody did back in the 1850s. They thought they didn't have good enough microscopes to see the unbelievable complexity. But now if you look through a microscope, especially a good microscope, at the cell and the DNA and the replication and the RNA and the process, even the cell membrane, the way it has, lets things in and out. And if you look at unicellular organisms that have a motor that's able to turn 100,000 RPM to spin the flagella, the little paramecium swim through their world with their little propeller, the equivalent of a human swimming 60 miles an hour through peanut butter. It's a mind-boggling, the complexity of little tiny bacterial flagellum motors, that you could fit 8 million of them on the stump of a hair. I'm baffled how anyone can go through college and come out believing something that complex happened by chance. I don't understand. So I was hoping you would stick with what your specialty is, which hopes to be, I guess, on cell biology. Why would you go to fossils? It doesn't matter. I point out, again, if this was a court of law, I would say, Your Honor, you cannot prove those had any children. You certainly can't prove they had different children, and no animals today produce different children. And the salamanders you showed are still salamanders. What you've shown is probably the variation, the limits of the kind, like the Alaska rabbits and the Florida rabbits. That might be the limit for heat tolerance or whatever's doing that. Dogs, if you turned all the dogs in the world loose into Alaska, come back 5 years and see what happened. All the short-haired dogs would probably be dead and not produce any offspring, and all the long-haired dogs with thicker fur, shorter legs, denser body would survive, and all the dogs would look something like the wolf or the dogs that are common to Alaska today, because the climate, natural selection works great, but it only selects. You have somehow imagined that it has creative power. There's no creative power in a selection process. If I went through the state of Alabama and selected everybody over 7 feet tall to survive and killed everybody under 7 feet tall, within a few generations, I would have a whole population of 7-footers. Would that process ever make a whole population of 20-foot tall people? No, it's not in the gene code. The gene code is limited probably to humans, maybe pygmies, 4 foot tall, to some people 7 or 8 feet tall. But there's a limit to human size. Why don't we find humans as big as an elephant? There are animals as big as an elephant, like an elephant. Why don't we find humans getting as small as a hamster? Because there are mammals as small as a hamster, like a hamster. I've never gotten an evolutionist to admit it, and I doubt you will either. But are there limits to the gene code? Is it vary? Is it limited by anything? Are there physical limits, like opposition to gravity, for instance? Are there any limits at all? Why don't they ever get? They've been breeding dogs for a long time, trying to get varieties, and they get some bizarre varieties from Chihuahua to Great Dane, but they always get a dog. It's recognizable as a dog. As far as the Tasmanian animal you showed a while ago, I don't know how that's been classified. If it's a dog or a cat, I think it's a Tasmanian wolf, I think is what you showed, if I recall. But
That's time.
Extinct. But still, the classification of animals is something man is doing today to the animals. I don't know what the original kinds that God made were. I'll ask him when I get to heaven. I'd like to see you there too, by the way. Did you say time is up?
Yes, sir. All right,
Okay.
so we'll have a 20-minute discussion period. No slides for this, just the two of you back and forth discussing the subject. And I'll start my timer let's see, let me set the timer for 20 minutes. I gotta move it on up. Okay, I'll start the timer now.
So I'm focusing on fossils because that's what originally confirmed the model, and that's what came before genetics and molecular cellular studies. So that's where I start to confirm the model, and that should be proof enough. We can talk about cellular stuff, especially mutations. I really like that.
Sure. Now, you say fossils confirmed the model, and you use the word we probably 500 times already in the discussion so far. We meaning you are part of this community that is doing this? Are you actually going out looking for fossils? Are you confirming the model? Because I hear you use the word we all the time. What do you mean by that? How do you include yourself in this group?
People who accept the scientific consensus.
So you claim
Or
that
scientists in general.
So you claim the scientific consensus is that evolution is true. Was the scientific consensus before Darwin's day quite the opposite? Was it the consensus that there was a God who created things? Did Darwin go against the consensus of his day?
As far as I know, it wasn't a scientific consensus. It would have been a religious consensus, but there is really no consensus among religions. They can't even agree on their own holy book.
Well, I've got the right holy book. That's no question.
That's what they all say.
And you're convinced you've got the right scientific theory, and I don't think scientists even agree on that. And your numbers, 99.998%, are way off. Surveys show it's closer to like 60% of scientists believe in evolution without a God involved. I don't know where you got these numbers to impress people. But
I'm talking about life sciences, not just like strictly biology sciences.
Yeah, but again, surveys wouldn't prove anything. I think you could find if you took a survey in North Korea, everybody thinks Kim Jong-un or whatever his name is a wonderful guy. There would be, and I think if you Taylor went to your teacher and said, "Teacher, I don't believe evolution's true. It doesn't work," I bet they would flunk you out of the class and stop you from graduating. So of course that's going to be the consensus in modern science in America, because it's no different than North Korea where you have to believe in communism.
If I wrote that on my test, I would flunk out. But if I was just asking the teacher questions, they would answer them. And so this is why I say that you rely on a conspiracy, because, of course, North Korea is able to fudge its results because they have a government conspiracy oppressing all its people. So is there something oppressing scientists in the sciences?
Have you seen the movie Expelled by Ben Stein?
Yes. Several years ago, probably when it came out.
Yeah, I think you should watch that again and call some of the scientists who have been repressed because they don't support the party line of evolution.
I mean, I was in high school at the time, and it was pretty obvious to me what was going on.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, watch it one more time for me, please. Expelled by Ben Stein. It's excellent. There certainly is a consensus against teaching creation. There's obviously only two options. There is a creator or there isn't. If there's a creator, that would probably involve some responsibility on our part. Like, who is he? What does he want? Do we have to obey some rules? If evolution is true, like you claim, would you please tell the audience how you decide right from wrong? Is murder right or wrong? Is sex with your dog right or wrong? Is anything right or wrong? But before you start making a list of what's right and wrong, I would like to know how, based on your model, you decide right from wrong. How do you decide what's right, what's wrong, on any topic? Where's your standard?
It's not based on evolution. It's based on the exact same thing your God would use to decide right from wrong, which is logic.
So you're borrowing Christian values to decide right from wrong?
No, logic is not a Christian value. But your God would certainly be capable of perfect logic and perfect rationality. And I believe that if your God existed, which is not incompatible with evolution at all, that he would have perfect rationality, and that his rules for morality would be based on this perfect rationality.
Okay. Most states have laws against incest, fathers having sex with their daughters. If a father has an 8-year-old daughter who consents, would that be wrong? Should that father be arrested? Would you consider that wrong? Even though the state laws do say it's wrong, under your model, should it be wrong? I guess is what I'm asking. How do you decide? How do you decide if something should be wrong? Is it wrong for you to murder your neighbor and take away his stuff? If so,
Yes.
why? Why would it be wrong?
Yes, because a child cannot consent in the first place to sex. And basically, we can get into the nitty-gritty, but this has nothing to do with evolution. So I'll sum it up for you. Good is essentially just freedom. So when you reduce someone else's freedom, you're doing bad.
So if the lion goes and eats the baby zebra, the lion thinks it's fine. The baby zebra doesn't appreciate it, nor does the mother zebra at all. Is that wrong? Or is that just nature? Or what's the difference between humans going to, take your neighbor's stuff, kill your neighbor, take over his house, and you got a bunch of free stuff? The lion did that with the zebra. Is there something different between humans and animals? Why do we have these rules like don't steal from your neighbor?
Yeah, because a lion is not a moral agent. It doesn't understand anything it's doing.
So are humans?
Sure, killing another animal, sure, you can call that evil. You can call that unfortunate, whatever. But it's just doing what it does. You can't hold it responsible. We kill animals that harm people, or too many other animals that are out of control. That's somewhat justice, if you can look at it like that. But we don't hold them to the same standards because they're not capable of rational thought.
So is there something different between humans and animals? Does man have something no other animal has? A sense of right and wrong, a conscience, a soul, a spirit, whatever it is. Is there any difference between humans and animals? In our biology, I would think we probably would all agree. We both ingest food, digest it, get rid of waste, use energy. But is there anything spiritually or morally different from man and animals?
Well, we have a few gene deletions which cause expansions in brain activity. And so a more complex brain is able to handle more complex social situations. And so we see basic morality existing in monkeys and apes, but we just have a more complex social ability.
So we are simply more complex socially than monkeys and apes. When you die, what's going to happen to you, Taylor? Is there any part of you that's going to live on besides your offspring, if you have any? If you don't have any, doesn't matter. Is there any part of Taylor that's going to live beyond your death?
I imagine the same thing would happen, a similar thing to brain damage. So if I lose part of my memory from brain damage, if my entire brain is damaged, then I'm going to lose all of me.
So there's nothing more to life than eat, drink, and be merry, I guess. Can I summarize it that way for you?
If that's what you want, but we can figure out more things to do.
Okay.
Such as study life.
I love studying life. I've been a child in God's family for 50 years now. I was 16 when I gave my heart to the Lord, and my dad and mom both dad and brother both engineers. My mom and other brother both teachers. I love teaching. I love learning. I want to know the truth. I want to know the truth. The truth to me seems to indicate there had to be a designer for this. This is simply too complex.
Gentlemen, we have 10 minutes. You have a little more than 11 minutes left. I was encouraged to ask you to get the subject back to evolution, if you would. That's the subject of the debate. So
Okay.
morality might be another day. Excellent subject indeed. So let's try to keep it on evolution if we can, please.
Well, okay, that's what I'm just always curious. How does an evolutionist get his morality? Where does he get it from without borrowing it from Christian morals, But you're right, another topic. So what is the best evidence, Taylor, you would say that you have? What is the best evidence anybody can find to support this theory that humans and, say, pine trees are related? You do believe humans and pine trees are related, I'm sure, both eukaryotes or whatever. So what is the best evidence that any animal, besides your salamanders, which are still salamanders, is there anything better than that to show that you can change beyond the same kind?
The fact that this model is used to predict where and when fossils will occur, including fossils that we've never found before. And according to your definition, they're not the same kind of salamander anymore. So that's speciation.
Well, I agree speciation happens. That's our modern classification system, kingdom, phylum, class, order, genus, family, species, all that. So I agree that happens, but that's not, they're still the same kind. Go look at your own picture. They're both a salamander.
But not by your definition, because A and E cannot bring forth anymore.
True. They may have gotten to the point. Originally, though, they could bring forth. So is that variation within the salamanders you saw going around California, is that enough evidence to convince you that salamanders and pine trees have a common ancestor?
No, but we see changes in life in real time in the wild, and then we see changes occurring in the fossil record. And when we date those fossil records to different dates, and then we have a hypothesis. This model assumes that all these are related, and then we go and test that model to see if that assumption is accurate or not. That assumption was accurate because we were able to find almost everything we predicted.
There you go, using the we again. Can you give me a specific example of a fossil that was found in the right place that is considered a transition between different kinds of animals? What's been found?
Archaeopteryx was the first.
And are you aware of the controversy over Archaeopteryx? Was it just a bird?
It has both bird and dinosauric features.
Decided by who? Who decided it has these different features?
It has the same basic bone structure as a bird wing, except unfused finger bones. And it has feathers. And it looks like a bird.
And is there a possibility it was a bird? It had
Sure.
wings, it had feathers, it had hollow bones. Could it have been an unusual bird with teeth? There's a Panamanian hummingbird that has teeth in its mouth. Could it be it's just a bird with teeth and that's now gone extinct? How would you know Archaeopteryx was able to produce anything other than a baby Archaeopteryx?
Because it's
Why would
more similar to dinosaurs in its skull structure and its overall body plan.
Well, the fact that it has dinosaur-like structures, that's like saying my car has motorcycle-like structures. It has a brake system, just like my motorcycle. Oh, therefore they're related. No, that's a good design feature. You want something to stop the vehicle. Brakes on a motorcycle, brakes on a bicycle, brakes on a car, on a train, on a jet. So the fact that it has similar features, you are interpreting to be evidence of a relationship. I would interpret it to be evidence of a common designer for a common need. They both needed these features to live their life. We have two eyes, so we get binocular vision. So
That's
do
an
most
argument. That's an argument from personal incredulity because because it's just a guess and saying, well, it seems more likely to me. But we've actually tested our model. We found Archaeopteryx because we assumed that it would be a transition. It was found because of the model, meaning the model is accurate.
Well, I think you need to study some more on the actual Archaeopteryx and find out about them. I think many people have come to say that's nothing but just a bird with unusual features. There's also some evidence of some forgery with some of the fossils with Archaeopteryx, gluing the tail on, etc., with the different matrix behind it, the limestone matrix it was glued in being different. There's also evidence of a phenomena called where when you pack something between two layers of rock, as it decays, it'll be a capillary action, pulling little filaments out that look like hairs or feathers, when it's actually just capillary action common between two tightly pressed layers of anything. You can put a drop of water on a piece of paper, put another piece of paper on top real tight, and there'll be capillary action, draw it out into little lines around it. So there are those who take that position, that the feathers, that they say they're feathers on dinosaurs, are actually just simple capillary action as the fossil forms, or as the fossil decays, as the creature decays. But again, you're putting an awful lot of weight on fossils that are dead, that you can't prove had any children. You're claiming evolution happened in the past. Where's it happening today? What animal today is changing into something else? Or is it just coincidence that we've arrived? It doesn't go any further now. Where's evidence today happening?
Well, we've found fossils nesting with eggs, so we've confirmed that they've reproduced that way. Evolution today occurs, we've done it in the lab with algae, and we see it occurring speciation in ring species. So I want to know how the creationist model is scientific, because the evolutionary model follows the scientific method of the observations. We notice that things change over time. Small steps we've only confirmed. And then we have this hypothesis that these small steps add up. We tested that hypothesis. We were able to find specific evidence. We found a bird, half dinosaur in the date range that was predicted with the features that were predicted. So that confirms the model. And then we can repeat that experiment over and over and over and get more and more accurate results. So that is scientific. Whether evolution is true or not, that's following the scientific method.
Sure. The scientific method, if I understand it, and I taught science in high school 15 years, is you have observation, testing, experimentation. So let's do some experimentation. Crossbreed pick any animal you want. Pick your salamanders. You use all the laboratory experiments you want on these salamanders. Could you produce a salamander with wings, do you think? Could you produce a salamander, anything other than a salamander? Could you change it into a recognizably different kind? Could you do that in the lab?
We've seen fish with wings. We've seen octopi with wings.
Salamander. You've seen octopi with wings?
Mm-hmm. It's called a blanket octopus.
And so how would you change your salamander into anything non-salamander, or has it just happened to reach the limit while we are alive today in the 21st century?
The same way as we breed features and through mutations. We can
Okay.
go over lots of different mutations that have created fairly large steps toward evolution, and we've already gone over seeing multicellular life evolve from single cellular life.
Well, I would disagree with that multicellular. Let's get back to that in a minute. But okay, would you agree a whole lot of money has been spent, especially in America, but in other countries too, trying to get faster and faster horses to win races? Kentucky
Sure.
Derby, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible to ever breed wings on a horse? Do you think that could ever be done? They'd certainly win the Kentucky Derby if they had wings and could fly. There are some big animals that could fly, you know. So
you're not going to get it in 50 or 60 years.
You think they could get it in 10 million years? Get a horse with wings?
Why not?
Was that a yes? I couldn't hear what he said.
Why not? What's the limit there? We know of things that can fly with their front limbs and can walk on hind limbs, and horses have both of those.
So do you think a horse could...
They might be limited by their bone density. I have no idea.
Well, so far they've been able to get horses slightly faster, but they get problems when they, just like with any farm type animals is the best because that's where all the selective breeding is done today, most of it. They get cows that give more milk, cows that give more beef. Okay.
And they look totally different from their wild counterparts.
Well, no, in the wild it never happens. In nature, in laboratory, you can maybe make it go a little further. Take the cow as an example. There are cows that give more milk. I saw one that gives 100 pounds of milk every day. Illinois that year had the record holder for the cow that gives the most milk. It was in Kankakee, Illinois, at a farm. So I took my students to see it.
Those are the features we're selecting for, though, so we're not going to see other changes. We're throwing out the changes we don't want.
I agree. I think you're finally starting to see it. It's man doing this, and he always runs into a stone wall. You can't get too far. There's a limit to the changes, and it's still recognizable as the same kind, and it's less strong as the wild counterpart. Left in the wild, most of the modern cows would all die. They couldn't hold up.
The limit to the changes is if you can survive. So there's a lot of variance in every population, and populations will move towards one direction in that variance. And repeated over millions of years, that you're going to get a new population that has different features.
That's what you believe. I'd like to see, where's this observable? Science is something we can observe. Where is a new population that has been observed to come in recorded human history? They've been watching cows or pigs or sheep for a long time. Is there anything besides the fossils, which again, you couldn't prove had any children that lived? Certainly you couldn't prove they had. Why could the fossil have children that were different when no animal today can have children that are different? Why can the bones do it and the ones today can't do it? What happened?
They can. There's an astounding diversity in all the children of every population. And we observe the formation of new traits in the same population. So that's what we're saying. You're not going to get a non-cow from a cow. You're going to get a cow with a new trait, whether it's just something that's bigger in their body or shorter, or whether it's a new mutation. But we've observed both happening in the wild and in the lab.
So do you believe that a cow came from something like a bacteria or an amoeba, a single-celled creature, 600 million years ago, and did that single-celled creature, that amoeba or whatever one you want to use, did it turn into a cow? And so it certainly gained a whole lot of new traits that amoeba don't have. I don't think amoeba have udders or horns or bones. So how did it get these new traits to go from an amoeba to a cow? And where's the evidence of that?
Well, amoebas have most of the same genetic material. So an udder, there's not just a gene for an udder. It tells the cells to grow in a certain way and then differentiate in a certain way. And a gene from any amoeba could probably do that. It's just a regulatory gene.
So the amoeba could turn into a cow over 600 million years on its own in the wild, even though amoeba are still having babies today, and they're called amoeba.
More like a couple billion years.
Okay, we'll give you 200 trillion years. Why don't we see it happen in the laboratory? Amoeba produce amoeba. No exceptions.
We see these small steps.
Yeah, I know you have a big SpongeBob imagination. You imagine that amoeba can turn into a cow. It's just not that simple, Taylor.
We imagine it, we put it to the test, it makes predictions, and then we observe the steps in the lab. And just because there are a couple gaps in the steps, you're inserting your God of the gaps, and that's not science.
No. Put it to the test. I'll give you all the time you want to change an amoeba into anything non-amoeba. How long have they been doing research in the laboratory trying to cause mutations in different, and of course single-celled organisms sometimes have a 20-minute generation time. That's the ideal place to test it, because you could condense the equivalent of tens of thousands of years into one human lifespan.
That's not how evolution works. So when we've observed multicellularity, it's still an algae. It's an algae when it was unicellular, and it's still an algae when it's multicellular, even though it has differentiated tissues.
Well, you're calling it multicellular. Is it actually a colony, or is it actually something that has maybe a group of people can get together and one decides they're going to raise the food, another one's going to be the policeman, somebody else is going to mow the grass. You can have a community of people cooperating together, but they're still each individual people. They may have the ability to do all the different jobs of the community because they've specialized in one. Like the plumber doesn't know how to do electric. He can do plumbing, but he's still a human being. Are these algae ever becoming what anybody would consider a single organism, or is it just a colony that is species diversification where some specialize in one feature or another? Algae.
1 minute, gentlemen. We've already given 3 extra minutes to this back and forth because you guys were enjoying it so much. So 1 minute left.
Yeah, I mean, we've observed both. So we observed going from unicellular to colonial, and then from colonial to colonial with the exact same cell number and type, to colonial with differentiated cell types, and to colonial with fully different cell types inside the organism in a different location than all the rest of the somatic cells. So we have 6 different steps. So your God wants us to think that things evolved.
No, you've proven my point. You've said a colony every time. All you have is a colony of cells. Sometimes they specialize. One becomes the plumber, one becomes the electrician, but they're still individuals. So it's a colony, not an organism. There's a vast difference.
No, because the individual cells cannot survive on their own. They're dependent on each other.
That's our time, gentlemen, for the 20-minute discussion. You guys were at it so much and enjoyed it so much, we gave you an extra 3 minutes going there.
Sure.
So we have now is our closing statement time for this debate. So each of you has 3 minutes for closing statement, and then we'll have an 8-minute Q&A after that. Is that okay with you guys? You have time for 3-minute closings and an 8-minute Q&A?
Sounds good. Go for it.
Okay, then. Let's see. Taylor started. So Taylor, your closing statement first.
Okay, so I believe that I have demonstrated that the process of science, or that the scientific field of evolution is indeed a scientific process by both defining evolution and defining a scientific method. Through the scientific method, we have observed that life changes throughout the generations, micro changes, which my opponent agrees with. And then we've noticed that the fossil record also has similar changes. Since we cannot observe what's between these fossil records, we came up with a hypothesis that these animals changed in a similar manner to what we observe in the lab and in the wild today, only over a much longer period of time. Chemistry confirms the different ages of these rock layers that are millions of years old, even billions. The sorting of these rock layers proves that it was not done by a flood, because the smallest organisms are at the bottom, and throughout each layer is all kinds of biomes. So it's not a shallow water layer, then a beach layer, then an inland layer. There are beaches and oceans and forests in every layer. So our hypothesis was that these creatures changed over time through breeding processes. We've also confirmed this through genomics because of unique inherited mutations, that the likelihood that those have arisen twice independently is 1 in 113 something billion. And this holds true for ancestry within populations and without. So the model was that they're related by evolution. The prediction was that we will find transitional forms, and based on the knowledge of where the already known fossils are, what date ranges, we can predict what date ranges the transitional forms will be in. These transitional forms were found based on the model of evolution. This confirms the model of evolution via the scientific method. We have so far come up with lots of different additions to the theory of evolution, such as genetics, which again reconfirms our hypotheses. The only alternative that I can compare this to directly would be creationism, which does not use the scientific method. It assumes the Bible, and then it assumes all information must be consistent with the Bible. And this process repeats until all information is consistent with the Bible. And whenever you come across a piece of information, you only ask yourself, does it agree with the Bible? If yes, keep. If no, deny its plausibility. And that's not scientific.
10 seconds.
I suppose that's where I'll end.
All right. Well, Mr. Hovind, you have 3 minutes for your closing statement, sir.
Well, first, Taylor, thank you so much for doing this. I appreciate your coming on here. It's obvious.
Yes, thank you as well.
Yeah, it's obvious you sincerely believe what you're saying. There's no question. I believe that you believe that. I think you're sincerely wrong, as in people in North Korea are sincerely wrong. Communism doesn't work, period. And we've demonstrated that through history in the last 150 years many times. But if you disagree, you get shot. So they have a method of keeping people in line over there. You mentioned the fossil record several times in the last hour. I would like to point out there is no such thing as a fossil record. There are lots of fossils. I have hundreds of them in my museum at Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. Come on down, we'll show you some. The fact that fossils form at all is good evidence for a flood. You can put my screen back up here, fellas, with the cell. Can you get mine back up?
It's up when you talk.
What's that?
All right.
Oh, it's up while I'm talking. Okay. There is no such thing as a fossil record. Over the last 150 years, people have tried to, claim that there's some series of events that we can find. The fossils in the order predicted by the evolution theory only found a very few spots in the world, and that's just simple mathematics. It should be, if there are 12 different ones or 14 different ones, of course, occasionally you find them in that order, but the vast majority of the time they're not found in the order predicted. I think you've been lied to if you've been told they've been found in that order when they have not. The complexity of a single cell, one cell in your body, and the average human probably has about 100 trillion cells. Each cell is more complicated than a space shuttle, the most complex machine ever built by man, as far as I know. So here you have 100 trillion of these in one little 180-pound body. Each of these is independent, but they interact with each other. They have a phenomenal information storage capacity in the DNA. How anybody can believe this could happen by chance boggles my mind. Where did reproduction come in? If you go from a single-cell creature that reproduces just by dividing in half, how do you change from this non-sexual reproduction to sexual reproduction? And with sexual reproduction, the obvious question for all of the different kinds of animals that use this, all 8,000 animals on Earth, and nearly all of them use sexual reproduction. How do you get two, male and female, at the same time, in the same place, and capable of reproducing? It is an incredibly complex system of reproducing, no matter how they do it, whether it's the fish that swim by and just sprinkle the sperm over the eggs, or there's many different kinds. Either way, you're getting the sperm to the egg to allow it to reproduce, and then having a place for it to grow, like the uterus or whatever, or the shell in an egg. That is beyond mind-boggling comprehension. I think it's beyond comprehension to think how this could happen by chance. I'm stunned that the universities are allowing students to go through and believe it all happened by chance when it's so obvious there had to be a designer. And as far as scientific method, we'll cover that next time. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for the lively debate. That's been really a nice go back and forth for that 20 minutes and the closing statements where you elucidated your ideas very well. It seems we're going to have an 8-minute question and answer session. And for that, Standing for Truth is going to ask the questions. You already have some on a list, I believe. So over to you, Standing for Truth.
Awesome. Well, thank you there, Neff. Thank you, gentlemen, for a lively discussion, as Neff said. We got a lot of young Earth creationists in the chat, so that's good. A lot of questions are directed at Snake. Therefore, if Dr. Hovind wants to respond or give or say something to the question as well, I'm all for that. First question is to Taylor from Jeremy. He asks, now that genetics has proven ERVs, so endogenous retroviruses, to be functional, pseudogenes to be functional, and the chromosomal 2 fusion to actually be a functional DNA element in a human gene, how can you still use phylogenetics as your very best evidence? Go ahead.
I don't know if that's. I don't think that's the best evidence. Phylogenetics is the result of the evidence, not the evidence itself. And is he using functional as in coding, or just it has some kind of function? I don't see how that proves anything. I'm not sure what the question is asking, really.
Let me see here. He elaborates. Since those examples, pseudogenes, ERVs, chromosomal 2 fusion, are often used as some of the better evidence for evolution, but now that they've been overturned, what else do you have left?
Well, I never used them to argue anything, so I don't really have much to say about it. I never relied on them. I think they do have a function, and that doesn't change comparative genomics, which is looking at unique genes that are only present within certain lineages. Sometimes we find that these genes aren't as unique, but that just means that we found out it wasn't one of those genes.
Okay, unless Dr. Hovind has something to say, I can go on to the next question.
No, I do. I'm just curious. You are correct. The pseudogenes that they thought were useless genes have all been found to have a function. But if you put a 7-year-old under the hood of your car and say, take out anything this car does not need, he would probably take out a bunch of stuff because he doesn't understand the purpose of it. I think the fact that the pseudogenes and IRVs have all been discovered a use for them is an example of the fact that scientists did not know the usefulness of some of these parts. Life is incredibly complex. The human cell, or any animal or plant cell, is mind-boggling in its complexity. And I think someone with a lack of cell biology knowledge would say, oh, what, the cell doesn't need that, take that out. Oh, we don't need that. We don't know what that does, take it out. It's an example of ignorance on our part, not example of ignorance on the creator's part. The cell is mind-boggling in its complexity. It had to have, there are no pseudogenes. There might be stuff that is available as a replication. I carry a spare tire in my car. Why? Well, one of the other tires might go flat. That's why. There may be things in the gene code that if part of the gene is damaged from radiation from the sun during the solar sunspot cycle or something, the body can quickly recover and rebuild it and fix it. And why would a body develop something beyond what it's using? If it happened by evolution, why would you get a spare tire?
Changing environment.
To me, it's just silly to believe that this all happened by chance. Just absolutely silly.
Well, it's not chance.
Awesome.
It's not chance at all.
Okay, well, thanks for your responses, gentlemen. Next question is to Snake as well. This is from Landon Freeman. How do you explain the sudden appearance of biological features in the fossil record, followed by rapid diversification? And then use an example, as was with the case of insects and their wings. And he also says he has a source for that, and he also mentions the Cambrian explosion. Go ahead.
The fact that they date millions of years apart. Can you explain why the chemistry is wrong from the dating? Since they're millions of years apart, there's going to be some gaps. It's like taking a picture every couple million years. So we don't have a picture of what's in between the gaps. So you're going to see some certain features develop suddenly, but it's not that sudden because they always have precursors, unless you're talking about the single-celled microorganisms that we found at the bottom.
Okay, unless Dr. Hovind has something to respond to with that, I can move on to the next question.
No, very quickly, I think the sudden appearance, first of all, you're still assuming that the fossil record exists and means something. I would disagree with that. I think that all the fossils we find in the ground indicate rapid burial, like Noah's flood would do. and represent a sorting based upon a variety of things: intelligence, mobility, body density. Birds are found on top, clams are found at the bottom. That's got nothing to do with evolution. Clams are heavier than birds. Bird feathers are light, their bones are hollow. And birds can fly around until they run out of gas, and of course they're going to be buried on top. Got nothing to do with evolution. You guys want to interpret all the fossils to fit your theory. I can interpret all the fossils to fit the creation and the flood model just fine. When they find the earliest, even if the geologic column was true, the earliest fossils found in amber, for example, insects are identical to today. Where have the changes been? The mosquitoes already had wings. The bees already had wings. They're found in amber from supposedly hundreds of millions of years ago. Where's the evidence of a wing slowly developing on a mosquito? Where's the fossil of that? Because the amber shows them fully developed, capable of flying just like today. I think it's ridiculous to believe anything other than rapid creation, fully symbiotic relationships by the millions, and a flood that destroyed it all, burying them, forming the fossils. No fossils are forming today. How many animals died today? Millions. How many fossilized? None. It's a special process. It has to be buried rapidly like Noah's flood would do. So Peter, 2 Peter in the Bible says the scoffers are ignorant of that creation and that flood, willingly ignorant. And that's the case what we got here.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Nev, how much more time do we have with questions, brother?
3 minutes.
Okay. So this one as well is for Snake. Now that Dr. Jeffrey Tompkins has demonstrated that the human to chimpanzee genetic identity is not actually 98 to 99% similar, and that it's actually only roughly 88% similar, does that not take away from the evidence claiming that humans and apes are closely related? Go ahead.
Not really, because most of those differences are a 1 to 2 difference in nucleotides. So that's 1 or 2 differences of nucleotides, which isn't even necessarily a difference in amino acid, because the same codon or different codons can encode for the same amino acid. So you can have a 2% nucleotide difference and have absolutely 0 protein difference whatsoever. And that's the case with primates and humans.
Okay, unless Dr. Hovind has something he wants to say, I've got...
Yeah, I think he's mistaken. I think the differences are even greater than that. But even if there's only 1% difference, that's a lot. You can take sentences that have just 1% of the letters different from each other and have totally different meanings, just like adding the word not to a sentence now makes it a negative, not a positive. Sometimes with sentences, you can have differences just with the inflection. And we have things in our gene code more than just the coding. There's also the way the way it's emphasized would be a better way to put it, recessive and dominant. I could use the sentence, I never said he stole the money. 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 By just emphasizing different words in that sentence, that has totally different meaning. Same sentence, identical, different emphasis. I think we have that in the gene code. And I think we should look at the genes and the cells and just marvel like, wow, what a smart God we serve. Thank you, God, for making me. I'm incredibly complex. I don't have a problem bowing the knee. I didn't lose my brain by becoming a creationist. I think it opened up a whole new world. I think guys like Taylor have limited themselves. You have to find a natural explanation. It's like finding an arrowhead and say, okay, how did this happen by chance? You cannot use man as your answer. Well, you've already shut off the only logical answer for the arrowhead, even though it's just natural rock. And there are processes like exfoliation and friction and things that can do those features, especially on flint. But it had to have a designer. There's no other answer. Arrowhead have designers, and this creation has a designer, and I know him personally. And Taylor, I'd like you to get to meet him. Enjoy being a Christian when we get you converted. All right?
I'd love you to show him to me somehow. But 1 to 2% difference is not really going to make much of a difference, especially when you're talking about a single nucleotide, because phenylalanine, the amino acid, can be encoded for by UUU or UUC. And there are amino acids have up to 4 different codons that can code for. So if you take a UUU and you change one of those into a C, that's a 1% difference, but it encodes for the exact same amino acid. Protein is going to be the same.
Okay, well, I do have a question here for Dr. Hovind. It looks like it's more of a statement. I think I can try and word it into a question. Actually, I'll go with this one. Question for Dr. Hovind. At what point does the definition change for a kind? And the statement was poodles give birth to poodles, yet poodles descended from wolves. Does that still mean that dogs produce dogs? Go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
Well, I think every 3-year-old on the planet would say a dog and a poodle and a wolf are the same kind of animal. If you put a poodle, a wolf, and a pine tree, they would quickly say these are the same kind, these are not the same kind. How the evolutionists can think the pine tree and the poodle are the same, have the same ancestor, I don't know. They're welcome to believe that, but that's not science. So I think that in the wild, there would be no poodles in the world at all if there weren't for human protection of them. They would all, this was a selected trait. Why somebody would select a dog to look so dumb, I don't know, but they did, and now we got them. And so that's an example of artificial selection. Certainly that works. Doesn't create anything. Natural selection is not a creative process. It's a selection process. Evolutionists do not get that. But all it can do is...
There's also mutation.
Mutations are always harmful, fatal, or neutral.
Oh, no, no.
Show me the best mutation you know of that put new information in that was able to find the same stuff and that took over a population. Can you show me any of those?
Yeah. We observe compensatory mutations fixing proteins all the time.
Well, fixing an existing protein is different. I'm talking about new information.
That is new information.
If it fixes an existing protein, you're fixing something that was broken.
No, one mutation broke it and a different mutation fixed it.
But it didn't add any new information. It brought it back to where it used to be.
So we have 26 letters in the alphabet. We can recombine them to make new information in any combination we want, but there's only 26 bases.
Correct.
Right, so if we recombine it into a new recombination we've seen before, that is new information.
So could you recombine these 26 letters and create Chinese words?
That would be like transforming DNA to something else. If we have 4 base codons for DNA, those can combine into anything.
The CATG, they can be combined into anything. Do you really believe that?
Well, they have almost infinite combinations.
Okay.
So,
all right, our time is up. We need to do this again. If you're university, I don't know what university you go to, maybe you're trying to keep that hidden here, but I'll be glad to come have a debate publicly in front of them. I'll pay all expenses for me to get there, stay, and debate all your professors at the same time if I get half the time. Put out that challenge for me, please, okay?
Awesome. Sure, I'm at CU Boulder.
Okay, I want to thank Dr. Hovind for coming on. I want to thank Taylor/Snake was right for coming on, and I want to thank Nephilim Free for co-moderating this debate for us. Thank you so much, guys, and everybody have a great day.
Thanks, guys.
Hey guys, this is Standing for Truth. We are live. I want to thank you for joining us this afternoon. We're going to have a blast today. I've been looking forward to this. This is the much anticipated second debate between Taylor, aka Snake was right, and Dr. Kent Hovind. So I want to start off by thanking both these men for taking time out of their busy schedules to join us and give us this great debate. Today's debate will be on whether or not evolutionary mechanisms have limits. So I've got Matt Mann here, who everybody is, I'm sure, is familiar with, who will be co-moderating with me and just making sure this debate goes nice and smooth. So I'm going to hand it over to Matt to go over the format, introduce our debaters, and we will begin with Taylor. So go ahead, Matt.
All right. A lot of you probably know Taylor. He's debated Ken Hovind in the past. He goes by Snake Was Right. That is the name of his channel. He can send you a link to this after. And Ken Hovind probably needs no introduction. He's going to be the one who is going to be going second on this debate. We're going to be having 8-minute openings with a 5-minute rebuttal each, with a 22-minute discussion each, and then a 3-minute closing for each person with a 6-minute Q&A. Snake is going first on this. I think Standing is going to be controlling the volume.
Yes, go ahead there, Snake. Start whenever you are ready. We'll start the timer on your first word. Go ahead.
All right, so I'll just explain my channel name real quick first. I call it Snake Was Right, not as any claim that I am correct or anything like that. It's just a reference to the biblical serpent and my belief that knowledge of good and evil was actually a good thing and not a bad thing that would result. Well, actually, no matter how bad it is, the truth is important to know, even if there are bad consequences. So I think in that instance, the snake was right. And so the biblical serpent is one of my literary heroes. And yeah, so we'll just jump into the science. I'm studying biology, molecular biology at CU Boulder in Colorado. And the topic today is about whether the mechanisms of evolution have a limit. And so we've gotten to this point over the history of creation where they're essentially backed into a corner, it seems, with because they have been forced to accept microevolution but not macroevolution, and so they do accept all the mechanisms that lead to variation within kind, they say, but it remains to be seen what the limit of a kind is or where they draw that line, and I would love to discuss that. Clearly, there are limits, but it doesn't seem like they're defined by the creationist side. It seems that they just claim that the limit is a kind. And to a biologist, that doesn't really make sense because we know that the limit would be in the basically at the molecular level. You can't just break the laws of physics or chemistry. That's essentially the limit. So I think that we should just get into discussing some of those mechanisms. I think I'm going to give away most of my time here in favor of just discussion, but we'll go over some of the mechanisms just to get us started. Basically, I've heard Kent before talk about how the evolutionary process is just a selection process. It cannot create. It's not a creative process. And he gives the example that sticks in my mind is with the tallness, basically, out of a population. So he'll say things like, and correct me if I'm wrong or misrepresenting, that you can get certain traits that out of the population that already exist to basically get exaggerated. So in his example, he would say that evolution or microevolution can select for the tallest people in a population, but it cannot create new features. So I would like to correct that because it seems that this way of looking at things ignores the mutation. Mutation does create things. It creates variation. And so evolution is not just a selective process. It creates differences, and then the selection process kicks in. And we can also talk about SFT. He and I have had several discussions about the limits of evolution in the sense that he believes in the genomic decay accumulation or accumulation of deleterious mutations. And there are several mechanisms to that counterbalance that as well. I suspect that we'll be talking more about how do mutations actually create steps towards different kinds, but I think we should start off hearing what Kent defines as a kind, because last time we talked, I showed him the ring species, and according to his definition, according to my understanding of his definition, a kind is that which brings forth. And so I gave him an example of several salamander species which can bring forth with each other until, except for two of the species that can't bring forth with each other. So therefore, they are not the same kind, and yet he is still able to recognize that they are all salamanders based on their phenotype and I'm assuming their genotype. So it would seem that we're actually not work definition that has anything to do with reproduction and more based on anatomical features. So I think I will concede the rest of my time at that.
Okay, you stopped 3 minutes early, so I guess we can move that into Q&A for later. All right, and Kent, whenever you're ready.
All right. I guess we got 8 minutes for the opening. If I get my timer here. Thank you so much. And it's Taylor, I appreciate you trying to defend what you believe. I think we'll be able to get you converted if you're honest and open, and you become an independent Baptist one of these days, and a Bible believer. So the debate topic is: do the proposed mechanisms of evolution have any limits? We have to define some of these words. First of all, what are the mechanisms? So just the word mechanism has to do with a machine. Anybody would tell you any machine has to have a designer. There are no machines anywhere that I'm aware of that came without a designer of some kind. Whether they're natural machines like trees that can pump water up to the leaves, which is amazing that they can, without having a heart or a pump, they can draw water up with capillary action and with root pressure and with transpiration, can get water 350 feet in the air off the ground. I mean, that's quite a pump to pump. And it's an amazing mechanism that allows trees to do that. There are quite a few mechanisms in the biological world, like your heart would be considered a mechanism to be able to pump blood around your body, which is stunning in its complexity. Ask any heart surgeon, how stunning, how amazing is the heart? And I think anybody with one eye and half a brain would tell you it's beyond comprehension in its complexity. So we have lots of mechanisms in our shop, for instance, which I'm in the shop now, next to our shop. We have all kinds of tools to work on these mechanisms because they don't fix themselves. So what is the mechanism for evolution? And this word evolution has to be carefully defined. This seems to be where Taylor is hung up on what exactly, they'll say, he said, for instance, that the creationists, assuming he's meaning me, are backed into a corner by accepting microevolution. Absolutely not. I accept the obvious fact that animals can produce a variety. There is no question. There are, I think, 60 recognized breeds of chickens now that probably had a common ancestor called a chicken. So certainly there are variations within the kind. I don't think we should call it microevolution. I have always said for 30 years now, I think it's a lousy term. However, that's the term they use, so I'll explain it. But microevolution is a variation of the same kind of animal. Like we talked about taller people and shorter people. Sure, that's a variation of people. There are no exceptions where any human has ever produced anything other than a human. Or no dog's ever produced anything other than a dog. And the evolutionists, I'm stunned now that they don't see the stupidity of what they're saying. They're saying, of course, evolution predicts dogs will always produce dogs. I say, wait a minute. You believe somewhere in the past something non-dog produced a dog. I mean, if it came from an amoeba, hello, that's a non-dog. So why can it happen in the past? It can't happen where we can watch it and observe it. Science deals with things we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Evolution is none of those. So does it have any limits? Well, here is what the Wikipedia or Berkeley University's just on internet today. I said, what is the mechanism of evolution? They said, well, there are 4 mechanisms, 4 things that make it happen. One is mutation, then migration or gene flow, then genetic drift, and natural selection as mechanisms of change, from khanacademy.org. How variation, differential reproduction, and hereditary result in evolution by natural selection. Here it is from bifi.es, NUCTUNT. I don't know if you can read my screen there or not. But what are the 4 mechanisms of evolution? Allele frequencies in a population may change due to 4 fundamental forces of evolution: natural selection, genetic drift, mutations, and gene flow. The same one given on the Berkeley website. This seems to be the teaching is you guys believe that your fairy tale, your religion of evolution will somehow be true because of these 4 things. I would start off and concede right away, natural selection works. It is natural, and it's a selection process. It's not a creation process. Your argument a minute ago that the mutation provides the new material, and now natural selection can act on it. I think we can demonstrate that has never been observed. Never. That is a religion. It's SpongeBob imagination stuff. And if you want to believe it, fine. But don't force that on all the kids to learn that stuff, these innocent minds that are going thinking they're going to learn science, and instead they learn a religion of evolution. I agree natural selection works, but it selects. That's all it does. And I've given the illustration, and nobody's ever refuted it. if I decided I want to select a population of people over 7 feet tall, so I go through and I kill everybody in the world who's under 7 feet tall. Only those who are 7 and over can reproduce now because they're the only ones alive. And many of their children will grow up to be very tall. But if they don't, we kill them, okay? After 5 or 6 or 10 generations of doing that, we would have a whole population of people over 7 feet tall. No question, that can be done. That's what farmers do. They select for cows that give more milk, and after about 8 or 10 generations, all the cows give more milk than normal. However, the cows are weaker. They couldn't survive in the wild, but the farmer does have a herd of cows that gives more milk or more beef or more heat resistance or whatever they're selecting for. That's artificial selection, but it's the same concept. Nature would select certain animals to survive in certain environments, just by either by temperature. For example, the dogs in Alaska generally have long hair and have thicker bodies and shorter legs to conserve heat, whereas the dogs in the dingoes in Australia have real thin hair, have skinny bodies, long legs to get away from the desert, and they get rid of the heat faster. The dingoes can handle the heat, but they could never handle Alaska. They'd freeze first winter. And the wolves and the huskies up in Alaska would die of heat stroke in the Australian outback desert. So nature has selected those two varieties of dogs to survive in that particular environment. That's not a creative process. The dogs already had hair. It just decided, is it going to be long hair or short hair? It didn't create a furnace or a heating system or a coal burning stove. It's just hair. So all it did, nature selected long hair or short hair, and that happens. I agree. But that's where it stops. It's not a creative process at all. Mutations now, if you think mutations are going to help, I think you're dreaming. No mutation has ever been observed that makes the creature better off. I use the illustration. Well, the textbooks are going to say natural selection is observed. Of course, natural selection is observed. Nature selects. We could select dogs to get them smaller and smaller and smaller, and eventually end up with a completely useless dog like a Chihuahua. But it's still a dog. Still in the, what kind is yours? A Yorkie? Yorkie. You have the Chihuahua, okay. How long would that last in the woods, in nature? 30 minutes, right? Okay, man has selected smaller and smaller dogs to have them for a lap dog or a companion or whatever. They will never get a dog as small as a flea. There is a limit. There are animals as small as a flea, like a flea. They'll never get a dog as big as an elephant, even though there are mammals as big as an elephant, like an elephant. So nature selects, but it's always the same kind. But in the evolution fairy tale, they say the first true cells slowly evolved into humans. The protozoa gradually became a human.
Time.
If the protozoa, time's up. Anyway, I think natural selection works, but that's all it does is select. It doesn't create a thing. Okay, sorry about that.
Would you be able to, in between this, zoom the camera back that we can't see your screen all the way?
Oh, Steve, did you hear that? Zoom the camera back. They can't see the screen all the way.
I'm pretty sure they can.
No,
I can't. Right there.
there we go. Okay, looks good. Looks perfect.
All right.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that opening, Dr. Hovind and Taylor. So now we're going to move into the rebuttal period with Taylor. I believe is it 5 minutes there, Matt?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Taylor.
Okay, so you are correct when you say natural selection only selects, but natural selection is not the entire process of evolution. In fact, the clip you showed up there said, quote, mutations are the ultimate source for new alleles in the population. So it seems like you are ignoring the effects that mutations have based on some nebulous wording of adding information. And you say we have never observed mutation adding information, and that's just patently untrue. It's called a duplication event, and we observe them all the time. Now, this is new physical information. Even just like if you have two identical chairs and you add a third, that is new, and that is a new chair. And then if you start changing the parts of the chair, that is a different chair. So that's exactly what happens in mutation. Some genes are duplicated and then changed. Some genes are just duplicated. Some genes that exist are not duplicated and changed. And these are all examples of different information. Now, I suspect that Kent is going to go in and say that this is not an example of new information because of the way he defines information. And I don't know how else to explain it, but if you change the sequence of something, the information is different. And if you add more of it, that is adding information. It doesn't matter. You can 10,000 Bibles. If you add one more Bible, that's adding another Bible. That's adding information. Now, it's not new information, and that's where mutation comes in. Mutations are adding new information because they are altering the sequence of information. I suspect we will have a nice back and forth about that, but that's my correction so far. And I still notice you haven't really defined a kind. Is it based on reproduction or is it based on body type? And you seem to be indicating the latter because you say, when you're talking about size of an animal, you say that's where it stops. I'm not sure how you know that's when it stops, other than you just kind of feel like it. So, like, the question I would pose to you, couldn't a dog, for example, become bear-like? Or and to illustrate this, I would ask also, if one type of dog could no longer reproduce with the other types of dogs, does this indicate a big enough change in kind to equal macroevolution? It seems like you don't want to define your goalposts so that we can't meet them. So you just say it stops at kind. You don't define kind. But then the reason I say you've been backed into a corner is because you've already admitted that these changes occur at the genetic level, which produce a change in the phenotypes. And this is going to be a major sticking point for me. Natural selection only selects. But when you say that, you are ignoring the effects of mutation. So mutations will produce different alleles. So you have different information to select from. Different information is being for each selection event. This is not just selection. It is an interaction between selection and differentiation. And therefore, that's where complexity emerges. And it seems almost intelligent because it is selecting, but it's selecting the best configurations. And it was also claimed that there are no beneficial mutations at all, and that's simply false. The best example of that is with drug-resistant bacteria. And before you get to the claim that in a new gene that confers drug resistance to the bacteria, it's been claimed by creationists that this then inherently lowers the fitness of the bacteria natural environment. I have several experiments here that witness mutations fixing essentially that lower fitness conferred by the drug resistance, and we also witness the staph, for example, is actually surviving better in its wild population after evolving a drug resistance. So those claims are all simply false, and we have direct observation of that both in the wild and the laboratory. So I think we should discuss more on what information means. Did you say time? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much. He's got several things on the table here. If a dog can no longer produce with another dog, probably I would guess there are mechanical limits where the Chihuahua cannot reproduce with the Great Dane. Maybe there aren't, I don't know. But it's still a dog, and I think it's intuitive, but obviously it's still a dog. And you said I don't define kind. Well, the Bible says in the original creation, the kinds would bring forth. And so I don't know that there can't be variations that would make them incapable of bringing forth, like, for instance, the dogs with the Chihuahua and the Great Dane. But it's still obviously a dog. I would point out, though, Taylor, that I'm not asking for my belief to be taught at taxpayer expense in the schools. You guys are demanding that everybody pay for your religion to be taught. You guys should go start private schools and teach evolution to anybody that wants to pay and come learn it and get it out of the public schools. It's not science. Nobody's ever seen it. You said the best example you know of is drug-resistant bacteria. For heaven's sake, son, it's still a bacteria. Do you think that process of a bacteria becoming resistant to drugs, it's still a bacteria, do you think that process could turn a bacteria to an elephant or a whale or a human? I cannot comprehend how somebody cannot see the folly of that belief that this variation within a bacteria is going to produce a whale out of the bacteria if we give it enough time. I know you guys count on this, billions of years being the solution to everything. And I cover many ways in my seminar to take away the billions of years. It cannot be billions of years old, but that's not this debate. Are the mechanisms that are supposedly driving evolution, are they limited? Of course they're limited. They're limited physically, obviously. They're never going to get an elephant as big as Texas or the United States. There are physical limits there. I think every evolutionist I've talked to would admit that. Of course, there are some limits. They don't like to go there because they know it's starting to paint them into a corner. Are there limits based on size? Are there limits based upon food availability? Are there limits based upon heat resistance, heat tolerance, let's say? Sure. The dogs, if you took all the dogs in the world, turned them loose into Alaska, go back in 5 years, the only survivors are the husky type body, thick fur, etc. Nature selected them to survive. But they're never going to survive at 200 below zero. Nothing would survive. There are limits. They might be able to survive at 40 below zero, Alaska temperatures, but they're not going to survive at 200 or 300 or 400 below zero Fahrenheit. They're not going to happen. There are limits. The dingoes in Australia can survive at 130 degrees. It's pretty amazing. But they can't survive at 500 degrees or 10,000 degrees or 2 trillion degrees. There is a limit. So there are limits to all these things that I think are just obvious to anybody. Secondly, I would point out, science deals with things we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Nobody observes or has ever observed a bacteria produce a non-bacteria. The bacteria that is resistant to drugs is still a bacteria that didn't change into any other life form. So the variations happen, but they're limited by all sorts of things. They're limited by genetics. No new information is ever added. You said if you had 10,000 Bibles and added another Bible, you now have more Bibles. Yeah, but you don't have any new information. Then you say mutations are going to fix this. That's like saying if I type out a sentence enough times and make typographical errors, my typos are going to make it into a sentence with totally new meaning and typos destroy, typographical errors destroy. There are no mutations you can point to that have added information that is useful. You're counting on typographical errors in the gene code, which is incredibly complex to start with. You're counting on some kind of errors in gene transmission to create something new. I know it sounds good, and I guess theoretically it might even be possible, but it's never happened. It's not observed. It's not science. It's SpongeBob imagination stuff. And I really enjoyed listening to you guys tell about your imagination, but that's not science. I'm sorry. Staph surviving better, it's still staph, okay? So ring species, the chameleons or whatever it was that went around California are still a chameleon or still a lizard or still the same kind of animal. To a 5-year-old, they could tell you. Now, they may not be reproducing now. Okay, big deal. They're still the same kind of animal. Everybody knows that. That process of ring species is not going to turn a bacteria to a whale or an elephant or a mosquito. You're dreaming. And that's okay. I appreciate you dreaming. Stop making everybody pay for that dream to be taught in the schools. Let's see. There. Okay? My time's up. Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to the discussion period, 22 minutes. And it'll be a back and forth. And try to make it equal time between you guys and keep it calm. All right. I'll start the timer when you guys begin. Snake, you're paused. Snake, you're muted.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do that. So he says that staph is still staph, and yes, but I think you're mixing goalposts here. So the goalpost I was addressing there was that it evolved a beneficial gene, not to demonstrate that bacteria has evolved into something else, but that it has evolved a beneficial gene. So maybe we should stick with that goalpost.
Well, I know you're anxious to get this word evolved into the sentence. Staff evolved a beneficial gene. Do you mean there was a mutation? Something went wrong in the genetic code and it happens to be beneficial? The staff didn't make this decision on its own, did it?
If it's beneficial, then it's not wrong.
Okay, so the staff has become resistant to a certain, what exactly happened with the staff that you think was beneficial?
It is drug resistant.
And is it indeed stronger in the regular population of other like kinds?
Yes, it is flourishing in hospitals, and it's a really bad problem because it is flourishing more than the non-resistant staff.
So if it's flourishing in hospitals, where of course they have all kinds of antibiotics and stuff going around, are you trying to claim that it would then be flourishing in the wild? Hospitals
That is the wild.
The hospital is the wild?
Yes. A human body is the wild for pathogens.
So you don't think you have a limited environment there with using the hospital as your example? And
that's the environment. That's the environment it lives in, human bodies, and it spreads very quickly inside of human buildings where there is close human contact.
So the staff becoming resistant to drugs that treat it is evidence enough for you that elephants and mosquitoes are related.
No, that's different. You see, you're mixing the goalposts here. It's evidence.
Yes,
you are. Yes, you are. It's evidence that there are beneficial mutations.
And this, what you said, was the best one you could point to.
It's a very easy one. I can point to other ones.
All right,
I can point to ones where we've actually isolated the mutation that makes it back fitness and higher fitness in the wild.
So this, what are examples besides the staff, which is not in the wild, it's in the hospital? It has a higher fitness in a hospital in human bodies that are in the hospital, where they have all kinds of bacteria and drug killing stuff going around. What is an example of something out in the natural world that has added information and made it better?
Well, what do you consider the natural world? Because the drug-resistant staph is actually spread outside of hospitals too.
Okay, would you agree that farmers all over the world, for the recorded history of the world, we have actual recorded history back maybe 4,000, 5,000 years, do you think every farmer has ever observed cows produce cows? Has anybody seen it produce anything other than a cow? We have a bunch of cows, a herd of cows across the fence here. They produce cows. No exceptions.
So are we moving on from the goalpost of beneficial mutations? Are you admitting that beneficial mutations can happen?
No, I'm not admitting that at all. I know you keep mentioning that phrase, moving the goalpost. You guys want to move the goalpost all the time. I think the goalpost is very clear. The Bible, which came way before Charles Darwin or anybody else, said the animals will bring forth after their kind. And every farmer will tell you when he crossbreeds cows, he gets cows. It's not moving the goalpost. A cow is a cow. You might give a cow that gives more milk or more beef or heat resistance, but it's still a cow. And you can get race horses that are faster than other horses. Okay, still a horse. You're never going to turn a horse to a cow, let alone get a horse from a bacteria.
We're focusing on the mechanisms of change and evolution, and you claimed that there is no such thing as a beneficial mutation. So I'm just focusing on that goalpost alone right now.
Okay. So the beneficial mutation you want to point to is staph has become resistant to the drugs in the hospital, and therefore that is evidence enough that there is new information, you claim. I'll have to analyze that, exactly what was different in the gene code. Is indeed the staph more viral, more lively, more likely to survive in the wild? I'm going to say I doubt that. Not in the hospital maybe, but not out in nature in the wild. Is this drug-resistant staph found any place outside of the hospital?
Yes. It's contracted by sports players quite frequently, in locker rooms and things like that. Close human contact.
Close human contact in locker rooms. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That is the wild environment of a pathogen that lives in human bodies. Is a human body. Yeah. And so places where humans interact is going to spread that.
And so this is still, you agree it's still a single-celled creature, a bacteria, right? Single-celled.
Hmm. And no other kind of phylum or genus has ever come from bacteria. That no one thinks that bacteria have evolved into eukaryotes or anything like that.
I think I can show you where the textbooks have pictures by the thousands of humans and whales and mosquitoes and all of them. They draw lines on paper back to a common ancestor, which is a single-celled protista or
But not a bacteria.
Okay, a protista then. It's still a single. Are there any two-celled organisms in the world that you're aware of?
Yeah.
There are?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like some of those for my science center here. Would you send them out, please?
They found them in algae. They found single, double cell, triple cell, pretty much every number up to hundreds. And then we've observed them in the lab evolving new traits and specifically evolving multicellularity.
And you're claiming they found 2 or 3 or multi-celled creatures in the lab, right?
They found single-celled algae in the wild.
In the wild.
Subjected them to selection pressures like predators, and they evolved multicellularity.
I'll have to investigate that. I'm going to say right now, I doubt that seriously. It might be a colony or cooperation, but it's not a two-celled organism. But to go from an amoeba or a single-celled organism to something like a whale or an elephant is going to require a whole lot more than just a cooperation of cells.
That never happens. No one thinks that happens.
It never happens. Great, you're a creationist. They had to be created.
No protist has ever produced a whale.
Do you think, I just showed you the picture where they say the protists came from the whales. Here, I'll show you again. This is straight from the textbooks here.
You're taking it far too literally. It's not born straight from that. There are millions of intermediate steps between them.
Well, I know you imagine that there are. You believe that there are and you imagine it, but that's not safe. Here we go. Here's a textbook used by the kids in public school. Protista, single-celled, slowly turned to biology teacher. Not slowly. Well, yeah, they would say, if it happened quickly, we would all recognize it as a fairy tale. But because they say it happens slowly, then it becomes science. You guys think that millions of years is going to help. You think this example you have of a single-celled creature becoming resistant to drugs is going to help. This is what they are teaching. This is my objection, Taylor. None of this is science. This is lines on paper. This is imagination. This is, I hope it's true. I think it's true. I wish it was true. It's not observed. They're saying frogs and birds are related because they drew a line on paper. Do you believe frogs and birds are related?
Yes, but not because of lines on the paper. That's a summation of the data, and you're confusing that with the actual data.
So what is the actual data that would make you think a frog and a bird are related? They got them right next to each other here.
Well, you've already admitted 90% of my argument, which is that things can variate within their kind. And so a dog is just a variation of a mammal.
A dog is a variation of a mammal. Now, they're having a frog, a bird, and a fish coming off the same line. So could you recognize, if I handed you a frog and a bird, would you be able to tell the difference?
Yeah. And if you handed me a dinosaur and a bird, they would look very similar. In fact, they have almost identical biochemistry. They have the same type of feet. They have proven that hairs and scales and feathers all develop from the same developmental, they're called placodes. And they are all made of the same material, and they all develop from the same things.
They're all made of keratin. I'm familiar with that. Scales and hair and feathers made of keratin.
So a nation can produce a different type of being.
Well, keratin is a great building product to build things out of. There's a whole lot of stuff made out of iron. Battleships are made out of iron, so are forks. You think battleships and forks are related?
No, because they can't reproduce. They can't have sex with each other and make more.
Adding reproduction makes it 1 trillion times more complicated, not less complicated. Just because a battleship and a fork and an automobile are all made out of iron does not prove any relationship. It proves a common building material. The designer who designed the bird and who have feathers, which are made out of a feather, is complicated. Look at one under the magnifying glass. It's made of keratin, a great building product. So are scales, so are hairs, I understand. But you're saying that proves a relationship. No, it proves a common designer. Somebody used the same building material to build it. That's all.
It doesn't prove either way, but what it does demonstrate is that slight changes between them can lead to the differences that we actually see. And
Well, I know you
there's
believe
no
that.
indication that, see, you can't point to a difference between a creation event and a variation event. Are there millions and millions of different creation events? Because there are different types of bird feet, and there are different types of bird feathers. What's the difference between a bird that has adapted from another bird and all the different bird types that God has supposedly created specially?
Yeah, I don't know how many kinds of birds God made. It might have been 100
Exactly.
kinds of birds. And today they've diversified into 5,000 varieties of birds.
How can you tell the difference between a diversification and a creation?
That's a hard one. And I'm not asking for my theory to be taught at public expense. But I think there are people working on that. I think most of it's intuitive to a 5-year-old. If you put a Chihuahua and a Great Dane, they would say it's the same kind of animal. If you put a Chihuahua and a banana, they would say it's not.
We don't ask 5-year-olds for their opinions on complex science, though.
No, but that's where they teach it to the 5-year-olds, that they put stuff like this in their books, and the kid sees the picture and thinks a frog and a bird are related, came from an amoeba or protista. This is the propaganda machine you guys are running, and I think it's evil, absolutely evil. You're destroying the faith of young children by this stupidity and these lies. There is no proof any bird has ever produced a non-bird or came from a non-bird. There is no evidence any frog has ever come from a non-frog. None. You can believe it if you want, but it's not science.
Most Christians believe in evolution, and most people who believe and study evolution are Christians. So there is no assault on the faith at all.
Well, the majority opinion means nothing. That's obviously a logical fallacy. We don't care. The majority opinion in the South thought slavery was fine 150 years ago.
Right, but what I'm saying is that Christians can believe in evolution. Teaching evolution does not destroy Christians, does not destroy faith in Christianity.
Well, they're certainly not a Bible-believing Christian. The Bible clearly teaches God made everything in 6 days. Do you believe everything was created in 6 days?
Well, everyone has different interpretations. Some people believe some parts of the Bible are literal, and they believe that other parts are metaphorical, and there are stories that contain lessons that aren't meant to be literal, and that is a lot of Christians. And that's a typical Christian belief.
Yeah. Tell them to give me a call. I'll be glad to straighten them out, because they're certainly not following what the Bible says. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Matthew 19:4, Mark 10:6. Was Jesus lying? Was he mistaken? Was he stupid? Or could he have been right? Was the creation of Adam the beginning? That's what Jesus said.
I don't know, but would a Christian say that it's important to believe that part, or to believe that Jesus is their personal savior?
Well, they would have a different Jesus than I have. The Mexican baseball player's named Jesus. Just because, if there's someone says Jesus claimed the creation of Adam was the beginning. So if they don't believe that part, why should they believe the part where he said, I can, forgive your sins and take you to heaven? What would
because they still believe in the teachings of Jesus that are love and forgiveness, and that he is the divine Son of God. Those are the important parts of Christianity.
Well, I think there's a lot more to it than that. If you could find, is there any book then that the Christians are supposed to follow? We're getting way off topic.
Well, that's why there's so many Christian sects, because they disagree on slight details, but they're all still Christians.
I know they should call me, because I'm the only one that's right on all that stuff, and they should. I'll straighten them out.
The only one.
And I think that's a good point to end that
Okay.
topic off. If we want to go back to the topic of the mechanisms, go ahead, gentlemen.
So I have another paper talking about antibiotic resistance, and also detailing the mutations that happened after that mutation, which also raised its fitness levels. If you want to go into the actual experiments. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Yes. Are you asking me a question? No.
Yeah. Do you want to go into that level of detail, or talk about the definition of kinds? Because I still have a bone to pick with that, or new information I think would be probably the most productive.
I think you guys are frantically searching for anything to offer, scientific support for your religion. You believe whales and tomatoes are related. You really believe that. That's okay. I don't care. You believe birds and frogs are related, and they came from a protista. I know you believe that. You believe it very strongly. And you're looking for evidence of that. And the best evidence you've been able to come up with is a single-celled creature becoming resistant to some kind of bacteria, some kind of antibiotic, some kind of drug.
Well, that's a misrepresentation of what I used that for. I used that to address your claim that there are no beneficial mutations.
So you believe that one beneficial, what you think is a beneficial mutation, that added, let's see, what were your words here? It raised the fitness level. Let's take an organism most people would be more familiar with, like the human body. Probably everybody listening has one of those. What can you give of an example of anything that has raised the fitness level through mutations in humans?
The ability to drink milk. Some humans do not have this gene, and humans that live in places with high elevation with cows, they've all evolved this gene.
So the people who live in high elevations with cows have evolved the ability to drink milk. Is that what you're saying?
Whereas other humans have not.
Well, I was born and raised at low elevation, Illinois, which is only like 800 feet above sea level, and I love milk. I've been drinking it all my life. So
yeah, but we're talking about evolutionary history, not modern day humans.
So you believe humans evolved the ability to drink milk? Is that what you're saying?
Some humans do not have this gene that creates an enzyme that can digest milk.
I'm familiar with that. And so the ability to drink milk or not, to digest milk or not, after being weaned, okay, you're claiming that's a mutation, and that it's a beneficial mutation. Is that an example?
Yeah.
So what did it add?
There are also humans who have HIV-resistant genes.
HIV-resistant gene from sickle cell anemia, are you talking about?
No.
So
that would be for malaria.
Oh, yeah, malaria, okay. So a detrimental disease like sickle cell anemia or malaria or any of them, if somebody has a resistance to that disease, that's evidence of a mutation that may humans come from non-humans, became from a protista?
Well, it is a difference in the biochemistry, and as far as we know, biochemistry is determined by your genes. And this gene has been isolated.
We've got 5 minutes left for the discussion, guys. 5 minutes. Thanks.
All right. And the genes that you're talking about, are they themselves like complex, or are they simple? Is a gene simple or is it complex?
It's a difference in a single protein, I believe. It doesn't really matter if it's complex or simple. It's new information either way.
So if a computer code, let's say Microsoft PowerPoint, has how many lines of code? Steve, how many lines of code in Microsoft PowerPoint? Hundreds of thousands, okay. If we had a change in one of those lines of code, if something happened, my computer was zapped or x-rayed or something like that, and it upset the code of Microsoft PowerPoint, the chances of that being a beneficial change are, I'd say, real close to zero. Certainly, there would be billions of times more likely to be negative.
All you need is one that works. As long as it's above zero, then that will be selected for. All the ones that don't work can just get thrown in the trash. And they actually have designed computer programs that do this to them. They become more efficient.
Well, I'm sure you realize this line of thinking leads straight to Adolf Hitler. Let's find the more advanced ones and throw the other ones in the trash. The ones that don't have this beneficial mutation.
But we don't do that. We're just studying how nature does that.
Sure. Well, the title was, do the mechanisms of evolution have limits? I think they do. The ones you mentioned, the best ones you could come up with, are still a protista or a bacteria. They're limited, obviously. It didn't change to any other obvious kind of creature. Now, you believe that this change that happened, this resistance to drugs, can somehow accumulate to make that eventually, over millions of years, turn into an elephant or a mosquito or a butterfly. That's not science. I'm trying to get you to see it. I don't understand why you don't.
I understand what you're saying, but
really?
Yeah, that's not a limit. That's just a change. So the limit would be, is there the accumulation of those small changes? So like, is a change between a single-celled organism, a single-celled algae, and a multicellular algae, does that meet your criteria for a change from one organism to the other, one kind?
I guess I'd have to have it shown to me that this two-celled algae is actually not just cooperation between two cells, a colony rather than an actual new creature.
Well, it is. The two-celled ones are, but then there are multicellular ones that evolved from the two cells.
I think you'd find most biologists would strongly disagree with you on what you just said. Now, you believe that, somebody may have taught you that, but even that, with a cell, which is incredibly complex, learning to work together with another cell is designed beyond comprehension. I mean, that takes brain power. That just doesn't happen. That's like getting two computers to work with each other, solving a problem. I suppose that could be done. Multiple computers.
I could claim that. But just theoretically, if that could be demonstrated, would that satisfy your goalpost?
I think if we could demonstrate that two cells have accumulated, or two individual cells have bonded to become a two-celled creature, that would be interesting. I'd like to study that out. Is it then going to survive? I don't think there are any examples of it where it survives in nature or it even happens in nature. They might force it to happen in a laboratory someplace. I suppose you could weld the front end off a motorcycle on the back end of a car and make a tricycle out of it. It took a designer to do that. So I don't think that the title of the debate was, do the mechanisms of evolution have limits? I think I've clearly demonstrated, and you've clearly demonstrated, yes, they have limits. You've not shown any idea or even a theory how a protista can turn to a human. You show a protista becoming a protista resistant to drugs. I know you believe these small changes will accumulate, but if only one change out of a billion is beneficial, those other billion have to die. Now that one beneficial one has to get another beneficial one.
That's why it's slow.
That's why you got to
observe that. We observe that. You admit that. We've proven it in the labs, and you just don't like the time scale.
I don't like the time scale or the mechanism. It doesn't work. It doesn't happen. We don't see accumulation of these mutations. We don't see it. Every farmer will tell you they try to accumulate the mutations where their cows produce more milk or more beef. They try. They select. They artificially select for this, which is much faster than natural selection. They artificially select, trying to get, let's take a dog, a smaller dog, okay? But they still get a dog.
But they're not trying to get they're not trying to make it not a cow.
Okay, could you, with artificial selection, crossbreed dogs and get a non-dog? Do you think you'll ever be able to get a non-dog from any amount of time? Could you turn a dog to a cat?
Closing.
Okay, guys, awesome back and forth. Thanks so much, Dr. Hovind. Thanks so much, Taylor. That was a blast. What we're going to do now is move into the quick closing statements, just to sum everything up. I think because Snake started, we'll start with you, then Dr. Hovind. Then we've got time. Let me see here for a 10-minute Q&A. So go ahead there, Snake.
Okay, how much do I have?
3 minutes.
Okay. So real quick, the reason evolution is taught in schools is because we actually, or the scientific body, scientists who deal in the mainstream science, actually produce cures, and creationism does not. So even if we're wrong, that's the reason it's taught. And I started out this debate saying, of course, there are limits. That you can't just keep increasing the size of a thing infinitely. But what I wanted to focus on was the fact that even creationists accept that there are small changes, and these do accumulate, and they do accumulate beneficially. And so it doesn't matter how many bad mutations you get, because those will just die. What matters is the beneficial ones, and those are the ones that stick around. And I have demonstrated that there are beneficial mutations, even though I suspect Kent will go back to just saying that there are none. So all you need is, so what is the limit of the changes in biochemistry? We do observe that there are changes to the biochemistry in cells, specifically asking about whether a single cell to a multicellular, if that could be demonstrated, would that meet Kent's goalposts? And he did not want to answer yes or no. I suspect so he can, because that would satisfy what he's asking, but his faith would prevent him from actually accepting it. So what happens there is a single gene changing the way that the different cells communicate with each other. And that's been observed in an experiment. So my question is, what is the limit to these small biochemical changes, which, if they did over millions of years, would produce very different organisms, even if you're going to call them all the same kind, which scientists kind of do. We call them all eukaryotes if we're talking about, you know, what is the limit there? He just kind of says, of course there's a limit. And the limit is the kind. I'm not seeing any mechanism for that change or for that limit, because each generation produces different information, which is then selected for against in different ways according to the environment. And it doesn't matter if it's artificial or not. And I think you're kind of blurring the lines there between artificial and natural when humans inhabit these artificial spaces, and then we also have pathogens that infect us. Well, is that a natural or is that an artificial environment? Well, that's what they live in.
Did he say time?
All right. Yeah, that was time.
Well, good. Well, thank you for doing this. The reason communism is taught in North Korean schools is because everybody believes in it, and anybody who doesn't believe in it doesn't have a right to live. I mean, so of course it has to be true because all the teachers are teaching it, and all the universities believe it, all the books, everything published in the newspaper supports communism. That's proof that communism works, I mean, because everybody believes in it in North Korea. You know, the reason Islam is taught and that Muhammad was a prophet, the reason that's taught in Iran is because everybody believes it, therefore it has to be true. So everybody should be forced to teach the, Islam in the Iranian schools because it has to be true, because that's the only thing that's taught. This is the logic you guys are using. Of course, evolution has to be true because that's all the majority teach it. I agree, our education system has been co-opted and corrupted by this evolution religion. It is, you guys have won the war in taking over the educational system. It's all through the textbooks, okay? Evolution, here we go. The butterfly and the spider and the elephant are related to a common ancestor. You guys have won the war by deception of getting your religion taught by everybody in all the school system. But it's not science. Nobody's ever demonstrated any animal producing a different kind. You have a great imagination. The limit is your imagination. In your mind, you think, wow, this can happen. Well, it's like a kid thinking, wow, I can fly if I put my underwear on the outside of my pants and paint it red. I can fly and I have superpowers. It's imagination. It's not true. It's not observed. All we've ever observed in all of humanity is dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows. There are no exceptions to that. They've even tried to make it happen. Try to turn the dog into a non-dog. Or can you turn the bacteria into a non-bacteria? You're claiming it's got new information in drug resistance. It's still a bacteria. Can you, even in the laboratory, force it to become something non-bacteria? I don't think you can. I don't think anybody ever has. See, science is something that deals with things we can observe, study, and test. We observe dogs produce dogs. You imagine dogs came from a protista. That's not science. And I, for one, am sick and tired. You say the reason it's taught is because, that's what everybody believes. That's majority opinion argument. They could do that in North Korea or Iran or any totalitarian system. Okay, well, the limit is, obviously there are mechanical limits, there are chemical limits, there are observational limits. Nobody's ever seen this. Could we get a frog that could jump 3 feet? Maybe. Could we get a frog that could jump 5 miles? No. There's a limit. You guys will not admit there are limits. Anyway, I enjoy doing these. You can check our website, drdino.com, or visit our Dinosaur Adventureland. We got a bunch of people working here today at Dinosaur Adventureland in the roaring metropolis of Lenox, Alabama. And watch our YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official, where we want to help strengthen your faith in the Word of God. Snake, you're going to stand before God one day, whether you believe it or not. I want to tell you, Jesus loves you. He died for you on the cross. He's willing to forgive you if you'd like. If you don't want to, okay, you go face God any way you want. I don't want to face God with a list of my sins. I want him to say, you're forgiven. you can have the same thing. Give me a call sometime, extension 3, Dr. Big 855 Big Dino. I'll lead you to Jesus right over the phone. Thanks so much.
All right, 9-minute Q&A now, guys. So I think Standing for Truth has been compiling questions. So.
Awesome. Well, yeah, we got time for just a few questions here. Thanks again, gentlemen, for a lively discussion. And always thanks for giving us your time for these debates. I'll get right into it then. I'll start with a question for Snake. Snake, this question is from Landon Freeman. What levels of biological intelligence and intricacy would cause you to doubt that they evolved through naturalistic means?
If there was some sort of specific purpose to the things, it doesn't seem. I don't think there is really. It doesn't. I don't think complexity is a convincing argument for design. I think if you showed me a creation event, then I would believe it. But complexity, I already know that there are systems that complexity that emerges from natural processes interacting. So the closest you could get me to do is just kind of temporarily doubt for a specific process. If it was extremely complex, I'm thinking of, how would you distinguish between a machine and a life form? And it's hard to pin down, but I think there's a reason in the clock analogy, like finding a stopwatch on the beach. There's a reason people point to the watch and not the sand. See, the sand is also a complex structure that has formed from natural processes. No one can point to a sand particle and say that was obviously designed, but you can point to a watch and say that it's obviously designed. And partially that's because we know where watches come from. We already have that knowledge. But I think you could find some sort of criteria based on its purpose or function as an inanimate object. So a watch doesn't do anything except for the designer and for people who purchase it. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. It just decays. So if you found self-replicating, I think that would be
okay, awesome. And I think for these questions, we can allow a few second response from the other participant, the other debater on both sides, unless you want to just move on to the next.
I'd just like to say sand itself is incredibly complex. If you look at most of its quartz, I think a large percentage of it is quartz. Look at the quartz, the way the molecules line up with each other, the way the atoms of even quartz and sand, silicon oxide, each atom has electrons whizzing around. Do they ever get tired? Is this perpetual motion? Do the electrons ever get tired? Have they been whizzing around for billions of years with just the design of an atom? Ought to say, wow, there's a designer. To think that a quartz crystal or a piece of sand, start with a jar of nothing and make a grain of sand. Let me see you make a grain of sand from nothing. Just one grain. We got mountains of it here on our property. It's an old gravel pit. Sand is complex. Now a watch, way beyond sand, but sand is indeed incredibly complex. So I think the arguments had to be a designer, even of sand. I can look at this ink pen and say, there's different parts to this pen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably 10 different parts. All of them designed to fit into each other to work to make an ink pen. I'd be a fool to say this pen happened by chance for no reason. I think you're a fool to say the human body happened by chance for no reason. It's way more complicated than an ink pen, and this we would all recognize as impossible. And your argument that ink pens don't reproduce, I think, is insane to say that because that's going to add complexity to the problem, not subtract it. But anyway, you believe what you want.
Well, I don't say there are no reasons.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen, for your answers. So next question is for Dr. Hovind. This one asks, some evolutionists say gene duplication can add new information resulting in limitless changes. Is this true?
I don't think it's ever been demonstrated that a mutation adds new information. It scrambles existing information. If I scrambled up English letters in a sentence, could I ever make a Chinese word? No. You're never going to make a Chinese word with English letters. You're not going to add any new information by scrambling existing information. At least it's never been observed. You can imagine it if you want. That's all they do is imagine it. It's evolution is SpongeBob religion is all it is. It's hilarious that people believe it. Grown men really believe that stuff. I find it hilarious.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for that answer, Dr. Hovind. We've got this question for, let me see here. This one.
Sure.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So a scrambling of information is still new information. I don't understand where this argument is. And some of the scrambles will actually confer a different meaning. Like I have a whole list of sentences that you can do that to. Just so with a single word, you can replace a letter and it'll just be a different word. So new sequences are new information.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen. So this question here is for Snake. Isn't your lactose and HIV examples just epigenetic regulation and not actual addition of genes or information? Go ahead.
I'm not sure about the lactose, but I don't think so because it's actually an enzyme is produced, so that wouldn't be epigenetic. As far as HIV resistance goes, that is also a protein that's produced. But epigenetic changes are still changes in information.
Okay, are you done with that question then?
Yeah. Unless there was another part to it.
Nope, that's it. Unless
Okay.
Dr. Hovind has a follow-up, I can go on to the last question.
No, go ahead. I think it's obvious these changes are limited and that nobody's ever observed it produce any new information that then takes over the population. Because now you got to get not only the male getting the new information, but the female. And the problems are multitude for his belief. I do admire his faith, though. Go ahead.
Okay, this is the last question. It is directed at Snake, therefore, if Dr. Hovind wants to respond as well, and then that will conclude the question and answer. So this question is from Nephilim Free, and he also put a clarification here. So I'll read it word for word. If information, algorithms, and linguistics are present in DNA, and if information, algorithms, and linguistics originate only from intelligence, wouldn't that be empirical evidence that all life is designed? And his clarification is, notice I am not asking whether or not you believe DNA actually possesses information, algorithms, and linguistics. I only want to know if their presence in DNA would prove DNA is a product of intelligence. Go ahead, Snake.
So I just wanted to clarify that the human resistance to HIV is due to a gene deletion. As for Nephilim's question about linguistics in DNA, I did make a video response to his challenge on that. I don't know if he saw that, but essentially have a stop codon, a start codon, and up and down regulation are not linguistic properties. So I don't see any linguistic properties in DNA, and even if there were, that doesn't, some kind of algorithm does not indicate a design, because we already see natural processes. They all work according to algorithms. But again, that you can assume that the entire universe and even the first cell were created by God. That doesn't say anything about the process of evolution. Yeah. I think, was there a second part of that question?
No, he was just, the second part was more so just a clarification of what he was asking, unless you have something to respond to, Dr. Hovind.
No, that's great. I think his statement that HIV was a gene deletion is interesting. That's like saying, you know, if a person is, if they're handcuffing everybody to haul them to prison, but somebody's born with no arms, You can't be handcuffed. Oh, that's beneficial. No, it's not. It's beneficial for the moment, maybe, but in the long term, it's a loss of information. That's what I said at the beginning. Even the HIV example he gave was a loss of information, not a gain. His claim was that the mechanism that powers evolution is a gain of new information. He didn't give one. So I agree. DNA has algorithms. DNA is mind-boggling in its complexity. It can't happen by chance. They can believe it if they want, but that's not science. It's SpongeBob.
No one claims it happens by chance, except for creationists.
So these mutations happen on purpose?
The mutations happen by chance, but selection is not chance. The environment is not chance.
But the mutations happen by chance. So the new information comes by chance, is what you're saying, and then natural selection selects that one to be better, to survive.
It's a random production of new information, and yeah. So that's the whole process of evolution is not random.
I would say it's a random process of scrambling information, and most of them, when the information is scrambled too badly, they don't survive even to be conceived, let alone born or grow up and reproduce. So if the information...
You'd need 100% for your claims to hold water, because if even one makes it through, then that's a change. That will
the odds of one improved one are 1 in 100 trillion or whatever it is. But again, you got to have two of the opposite sex in the same place at the same time. What if the male and female evolved this difference, but they're 50 miles away and they never find each other, or one's 30 years earlier and they never find each other?
That's also a misconception. You could gene with only one parent.
No, the new improved gene has to be passed on through either asexual or sexual reproduction. So yeah, you got. I think you got.
Only one parent requires that gene.
I'm sorry, what?
Only one parent requires that gene to show up in the child.
So is it possible if one parent had a beneficial mutation that it would be lost in the next generation because it was, the child gets the dominant and recessive characteristics? Can the recessive one ever be simply weeded out?
Yeah, that happens all the time. But there are also dominant genes.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Time. Sorry, guys. I was a little late. I just let it keep going.
Okay, well, thanks so much again, gentlemen. That was a great debate. Thanks for giving us your time, Snake and Dr. Hovind. Unless you guys want to say just a couple words in goodbye, maybe advertise your channels, we can call it a day.
Yeah, what's your channel, Snake, and what's your goal? What are you trying to do with this channel?
I was trying to essentially explore science, explore critical thinking. I've touched on politics a little bit. But right now I'm kind of focused on creationism, and I've done a flat earth thing, and I saw Kent's flat earth video. I thought that was pretty funny.
Okay.
Maybe I'll call in and we'll talk about how the similarities between flat earth and creationism sometime.
I think we should talk about the similarities between flat earth and evolution. That's where the similarities come in.
I don't see a single one.
I'm sure you don't. I'll help you see them. Thank you for joining us. Come down and visit us, Dinosaur Adventureland in Lennox. I got a group of kids out there helping right now. I got to get back to them. So let's do it again anytime. You guys at Standing for Truth, keep up the good work.
All right. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I want to thank everybody for being here for this epic debate between Dr. Kent Hovind and Taylor from the Snake Was Right YouTube channel. We have two very seasoned debaters tonight, and they will be debating the important topic, the Genesis flood, fact or fiction. Now, before I introduce the debaters for tonight, I want to remind anybody who's not yet subscribed, if you love debates, discussions, lectures, and more, then please make sure to hit that subscribe button. Kent, Taylor, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, before we get into the opening statements, though, let's get to know the debaters a little bit. Kind of break the ice. Taylor, it's been a bit since you've been here, so why don't we start with you? How have you been, and can you tell us a little bit about your channel?
Yeah, not bad. Just been chilling pretty much. So been a little more active on the channel lately, and focused mostly on hyper skepticism of various topics. So it's kind of whatever I'm in the mood for. And so religious topics, political topics, kind of debunking misconceptions around that. And yeah, I mean, my channel covers a lot of topics, so that's the basic common denominator between all of them.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate that introduction, Taylor. Dr. Hovind, again, thank you so much for being here. How you been, and how's everything going on over at Dow?
Well, God is good. Some of his children drive me crazy, but God is good and doing great. We're building Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. I speak all over the place on the topic of creation versus evolution. I defend the position that the Bible is absolutely correct, scientifically, historically, mathematically. It's God's word. It's preserved. God made everything in 6 days, about 6,000 years ago. The evolution theory is not only stupid, it's dangerous. We teach the kids they're animals and then wonder, why are they acting like animals? Duh. So anyway, we're dedicated to fighting that dumb religion of evolution to the bitter end. So I appreciate the chance to have come on a debate tonight. I will take the position unashamedly that God's word is correct. There was a worldwide flood. Okay.
I appreciate it, Dr. Hovind. I appreciate the introductions from the both of you. So that being said, actually, I'm going to go over the format real quick, but I do want to thank, we've got a great audience already. As I said, this is a much anticipated debate, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Dell, we got a new YouTube member, so I appreciate that, and I appreciate these super stickers. So that being said, we're going to be having a roughly 12-minute opening statement. We're going to be starting with Snake. Then we're going to have an 8-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we're going to have a cordial discussion period where the debaters are asking each other questions pertaining and related to the topic. Then we're going to have roughly 5-minute closing statements. And then this is where we get you guys involved in the audience. We're going to have an audience Q&A. So please make sure you're tagging me at Standing for Truth. Usually we have a few hundred people for these debates. So please just make sure you're tagging me. That way I won't miss your questions. That being said, why don't we kind of just get right into it then? We'll hand it over to Taylor. Whatever time's not used for the openings and the rebuttals, we'll just kind of toss into the audience Q&A. So that being said, Taylor, I can hand it over to you. And also, I'll give you a 1-minute warning. Once you reach the 11-minute mark, I'll just kind of say, hey, 1 minute, and you can start winding it down from there.
Alrighty.
All right. When you're good to go, just let me know and we can start your timer. If you need to share slides as well, of course, let me know. We can share your screen.
Okay. I might share some slides later, but for now, I'll just do this.
Sure.
Okay. So I was informed that Mr. Hovind accepts that he has the affirmative burden to demonstrate that the flood is true today. But I'm going first anyway, I guess. So he's going to have to show that one geological event caused all of what we see in the rock strata. And that appears to be an impossible task since the different layers in fossils form under different conditions. And many of these layers are required to form outside of watery conditions and impossible to form in flooding conditions. Before I get too much into the weeds, I want to point out here, I'm not here to disprove Christianity. Basically, creationism seems to be motivated by if the flood is just a myth, then the New Testament must just be a myth. So the flood must be literally true because the New Testament is literally true. And this kind of makes a mockery of the scientific method because it starts with the conclusion and works backwards, and it question begs. It makes the assumption that to prove the New Testament, you assume it's true, and then the flood must be true, which backs up that the New Testament is true. But like I said, I'm not here to touch any beliefs in Jesus or the religion of Christianity in general. I'm just here to talk about the science claims being made here. So I will say evolution and deep time geology is not incompatible with Christianity at all, just young earth creationism. Most Christians are able to believe in Jesus while believing the Genesis stories to simply be an allegory about the relationship of man to creation. And I actually appreciate the story on that level. And so, because as we know, fiction can sometimes be a better tool for conveying really important matters of psychology and meanings of life. So I'm not here to destroy any beliefs in Jesus with evolution. I do not believe evolution disproves Christianity. If I did, I'd be using evolution as an argument against Christianity as a whole, but I've never done that because I don't think it does. That's a completely different argument. So with that out of the way, so by necessity, we're going to go through geology, and so necessarily the rock layers must have been deposited in a single event if the biblical flood is true. So this means that any features in the rocks that require dry or calm marine sedimentation will preclude the flood from even being a possibility. Unfortunately for creationism, these exist in abundance. So ichnofossils, which include footprints of animals and other traces of animal activity, cannot have been preserved under flood conditions, and yet they're found throughout the rock strata. So if you pour explosive flood waters and liquid mud on top of footprints that are in the mud, all you get is mixed up mud. So, and these fossils are known to only be preserved in calm water environments or dry environments. So, and the biblical flood would have simultaneously been producing water flows supposedly strong enough to carve through solid rock and move continents, but yet at the same time gentle enough to preserve small footprints in the sand, which is, and this is a crucial point because all of these things must have been formed simultaneously with the same event occurring over just a couple of months. So those are incompatible. So speaking of carving through rocks, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Grand Canyon because it contains a lot of evidence for the age of the earth, which, by the way, Christian creationist academics were the ones who originally came up with the concept of an old earth because the evidence was too strong in favor of that. As modern geological techniques became more sophisticated. So speaking of the Grand Canyon, it contains a lot of elements to it that preclude the flood. So just in general, if the flood was true, you'd have to believe that the flood laid down all the layers in the Grand Canyon as muddy sediments. Then the flood waters would have to recede so the rock can lithify, all while the waters are supposedly above the highest mountains. Then the waters conveniently come back and use some extreme pressure, very selective pressure, to carve into the rocks and their jagged edges, so they were not formed by soft mud. The flood waters would have to very selectively decide where to place their pressure, because the winding of the Grand Canyon, which is supposed by young Earth creationists to have been carved by the flood, it winds around like a natural river does and changes direction. It takes tight 180-degree curves, and these are typical of slowly eroding rivers, and are not seen in giant floods. There are actually geological artifacts on Mars that we can tell were from giant explosive floods, and they're very straight and they're much bigger than the Grand Canyon, and they don't contain those weaving tight curves that we see in the Grand Canyon. And anyway, you would also have to believe that this complicated and very selective process would have to occur in less than 150 days. The Coconina sandstone of the Grand Canyon could have only formed in dry conditions. The limestone, just in general, but Grand Canyon also has limestone, would have taken thousands of years to deposit. We know that the max rate of limestone deposition sedimentation is 2 inches per year, and it has to be in calm, warm, acidic waters, which would not be the case in the flood, at least as purported. The flood would have been very hot, but we'll get there. So the lower strata of the Grand Canyon, they're stacked on top of each other but tilted at an angle. So you'd have to somehow come up with a mechanism that the flood would have had to lay those strata down, lithify them, then pick them up as they were all in a stack and lay them back down like this, all intact. The Grand Canyon also contains repeating layers of sandstone separated by other types of rocks, so they could not have been hydrologically sorted by density. Limestone, we already covered that. So the Grand Canyon really contains a lot of features that disprove the flood all on its own. These features are all over the world, but the Grand Canyon, it also contains ichnofossils and footprints in between the layers, so that definitely could not have been formed by a flood depositing over and over, especially because the flood was so violent. As for the Ark itself, it would not have been seaworthy. Attempts at building sizable wooden ships with more modern technology have been met with failure. These ships sank, and they were smaller than the Ark and had better technology. And I mean, the Ark has been a horse beaten to death many times, so I'll try and be brief. The amount of food required to feed the animals would have been immense, would not have fit on the Ark, even if we accept that the amount of animals must fit on the Ark, which that's dubious. Compounded with the need to have fresh water stores. For example, elephants require hundreds of pounds of food and water per day. And that's, you would have to have 8 of them, and that's only one type of animal. There are obviously tens of thousands of different kinds biblically. You would need exercise room for all the animals. They can't just stand in place the whole time and be healthy. So I would want to see affirmative demonstration of, maybe show me some math, how you can fit all the animals, the food and water and space for the animals. It seems like it's just asserted that this all fits, and then we move on. I've never seen any comprehensive description of this. This is pretty much a linchpin of whether this biblical story happened. And the final point about that would be, given the constriction of biblical kinds being on the Ark, even given the comparatively small amount of extant species that exist today, you'd have to have unrealistically fast hyper-evolution post-flood. You would have to see about one new species per year per kind on average. Some of them would be less, some of them would be way more, and that's definitely not what we see today, even on the microevolutionary level. And it's also very suspicious that 99% of life was completely wiped out, went extinct over the course of this flood. This was not very good planning for whoever this planner supposedly was. Then there's the heat problem, which is, I would say, the main problem. And to summarize that, just the subduction alone from the rapidly moving continental plate tectonics, that would boil off our oceans by over 2,000%. So over 22.7 times if we were to increase the ocean by 300%. So that's even including a bunch of extra water that has never been confirmed exists on the Earth. It's still almost 23 times going to boil off the oceans and make the Earth about the temperature of the sun. And that's not even including the volcanic activity, heat from volcanic activity, or heat from accelerated nuclear decay and other sources, which would leave the Earth a melting ball. So all of this is just physically impossible. And the final point would simply be all the dating methods that cross-confirm each other. They all point to the old age of the Earth. And I know there's lots of points that Kent would say refute that. So I guess we can talk about that, and I'll leave that there for now.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Taylor. Perfect timing, 12 minutes, pretty well right on the dot. To the chat, once you start sending in those questions again, please make sure you are tagging me. We've got over 200 people right now for this epic debate. So let's hand it over to Kent. Kent, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours and you have 12 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you so much for letting me do this. And thank you, Taylor, for coming on the program here. As I said, I take the position the Bible is correct. There was a worldwide flood. The Bible says in 2 Peter chapter 3, at the end of time, knowing this first, there shall come in the last days scoffers, walking after their own lusts. And it says they will be willingly ignorant, which means dumb on purpose, of how God made the heavens. Heavens is plural. There were 3 heavens in the original creation. And the earth standing out of the water and in the water. Today, the Earth's atmosphere we're breathing is about 6 layers, goes up about 10 miles. But if you go up 10 miles, there's a minus 60 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, at 10 miles up, and you go up 180 miles, it's 80 below zero. It's chilly up there. So there are some heat sinks in our current atmosphere. The atmosphere of the Earth is very complex. It has at least 7 layers to it. People argue about how many, but we'll call it 7 layers. I believe the original creation was very different than what we see today, and the scoffers today are ignorant of that creation. I'm a firm believer that the Earth used to have a 7th layer, a layer of ice around the atmosphere, maybe 10 miles up, 12 miles up. Today, the atmosphere is stretched out about 200 to 300 miles. There used to be ice above that, compressing it down into a smaller ball, closer to the surface of the Earth, which I've got here someplace. So the Earth's atmosphere today, some people argue, goes up as high as 300 miles. I don't know. Most of it's within 20 or 30 miles of the surface. You can't get an airplane above 7 or 8 miles without great difficulty to fly. The Earth has a diamagnetic field. Magnets, ice, super cold ice is magnetic. When is Arctic ice like a magnet? Interesting. Venus or Neptune, Uranus and Neptune may have ice around them because we can tell by the magnetic field. So the gas giants, there are ice giants out there. So at about 6 miles up and about 50 miles up, it's about 80 to 100 below zero right now. When I flew to Australia, we're flying along, and the pilot on the plane had a little camera, or little computer screen up there, said outside temperature, minus 100. I mean, over the desert, 100 degrees above zero down below you, but just 10 miles up, 100 below zero. Anyway, so the layers of the atmosphere, troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, exosphere, etc. I believe there used to be a crystalline canopy of super cold ice about 10 miles above the Earth that made the pre-flood world very different. That's why they lived to be 900 and why the reptiles grew to be 60 feet long. Dinosaurs did not live millions of years ago. They lived under this pre-flood condition with the canopy overhead. An ice canopy would block UV light, which is one of the things that causes animals to age. It would increase air pressure, and it would make a very, very different world. It could have been held up by the Earth's magnetic field, since super cold ice is magnetic, or like a big inflatable building. There are some giant inflatable buildings in the world. They get really big. 180,000 square foot in Alaska is a sports complex. 7 of the world's most intense inflatable structures. Wait a minute. The dome maintains a constant 15 to 17 pounds of air pressure. Even without the dome, it's 14.7. Atmospheric pressure is 14.7 psi. So it only takes a couple of pounds of pressure to hold this thing up. So a couple of pounds of air pressure would inflate would have a canopy over the Earth, inflated easily. It wouldn't take much. A cubic foot of water weighs 62 pounds. An inch layer of ice weighs 5 pounds per square foot. So you divide this up, you find out a current air pressure at sea level, 14.7. A slight increase in air pressure by squeezing the current atmosphere down into 10 miles would support the ice canopy with air pressure alone. You add the magnetic component, I think it's not a problem for there to be a canopy of ice above there. Super cold ice is magnetic. The Japanese float their trains off the tracks with super cold magnetic ice. There's a pumpkin floating, frozen pumpkin floating out over a magnet. Magnetic skateboard, okay? Super cold ice is magnetic. You can study all about the concentrator effect, etc. So everybody agrees, I think, that super ice under certain conditions becomes magnetic. So this ice above, when the space shuttle blasts off, it makes ice clouds behind, and they end up floating and end up drawn into the North and South Pole. Why? Well, they're magnetic, okay? Josephus, 2,000 years ago, wrote that God set the heaven above the universe, surrounding it with ice. The Jews have always taught that the Earth was originally created with a layer of ice above the atmosphere. They taught it was 2 fingers to 3 fingers thick, a couple inches of ice. He placed a crystalline firmament around it from Josephus, Book 1. God made the firmament, the thickness being 3 fingers. This guy said the firmament has 2 fingers thick. I'm sure the Jews argued about whether it's 2 fingers or 3 fingers. Anyway, the word Rekeah in the Hebrew there means a flat and solid surface. On the second day, God brought forth 4 creations, the firmament, hell, fire, and the angels. The firmament is not the same as the heavens of the first day. It's the crystal stretched forth over the heads of the Hayat. You can read all about that. It was made to crystallize into a solid. Now, this crystalline canopy 10 miles up would not melt for many reasons. A, it's in a heat sink, 100 below zero up there. Secondly, it's like an igloo. It conducts heat away. Eskimos can go in their house, in their igloo, and build a fire. It can be 60 degrees inside and negative 50 outside, and the igloo won't melt. So it's a matter of temperature and altitude and stuff like that. So I believe Taylor is ignorant of the original creation, what it was like. 2 Peter chapter 3 says the scoffers in the last days will be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment of God. So I believe that if we understand what the crystalline canopy was, what the earth was created to be like, God made it so people could live forever. According to the Bible and according to lots of historians, there was a time called the Golden Age when man used to live to be 1,000. They lived a long time. They were designed to live forever till they sinned. So not only were the humans living a long time, everything was living a long time. We have beavers in our lake down here. World's biggest beaver today is about 30 inches, 2.5 feet. They find fossil beavers 8 feet long. Something was different before they find fossil centipedes 8 feet long. Fossil dragonflies with 50-inch wingspan. Well, they couldn't possibly fly today. You'd have to have increased air pressure and thicker air, basically, and richer oxygen. I believe the Earth had probably 30% oxygen in the original creation. Today we're breathing 21, depending upon your altitude and pressure, etc. Okay, so the Bible says God founded the earth upon the seas and established it upon the floods. He laid up the depth in storehouses. The original creation had most of the water that's now in the ocean was inside the crust of the earth. He stretched out the earth above the waters, Psalm 136. So Paul said he was caught up to the third heaven in 2 Corinthians chapter 12. There's 3 heavens. First heaven where the birds fly, we call that the air. Second heaven where the outer space is, we call that outer space where the stars are. Third heaven where God lives, apparently. Paul was caught up to the third heaven. This is the only reference to it in the Bible. But the original creation, I believe, had most of the water under the crust of the earth, a crust to stand on, maybe 10 miles thick like we have today, and then a 10-mile layer of air, and then a couple-inch thick layer of ice above the atmosphere. That would block out UV light. It would increase air pressure. It would explain why some animals grew to be huge and why giant dinosaurs had small nostrils and small lungs. It was a different world back then. The water under the crust of the earth is where most of the flood water came from. The Bible says, and the fountains of the deep were broken up and the windows of heaven were open. So the water that was inside came shooting to the surface and flooded the world. If rock weighs about 160 pounds per cubic foot, so if there's 10 miles of rock, that would put 8.5 million pounds of pressure per square foot on that water. Once it develops a crack, it'll come shooting up out of there like a missile and probably launch rocks out into space, get them up to escape velocity to leave Earth's orbit. All scientists agree the Earth's crust is broken up like an eggshell into plates and that many of the plates are still moving. No argument about that I know of. So the Earth's crust is broken up. Why? I think that came from the flood. Most of the volcanoes and earthquakes are along these fault lines. America has hundreds of fault lines. Okay, so the water underneath was able to shoot up through these cracks. During the flood, that ejecting water would shoot things up into space. I believe a lot of the debris floating around in space that we still come around and run into once in a while, asteroids and meteors, probably came off the Earth, got blasted off at the time of the flood. Some of it would come right back. Some would not reach escape velocity. It's interesting. If you look at the moon, the near side of the moon has got bigger craters than the far side. It's like the moon got blasted from the Earth like a shotgun, and then stuff drifted past the moon. Gravity caught it, brought it back, and the smaller stuff hit the backside. Why are there differential craters on the moon? There are craters all over the Earth, probably from stuff got ejected off during the time of the flood. So there's about 300 miles of atmosphere, but most of it's within 10 miles, okay? So the shattering of this pre-flood ice canopy around the world would allow the atmosphere to expand from 10 miles to the current 300 miles. And maybe Taylor doesn't know, but as gas expands, It absorbs heat. Get a spray can, hold the button down. It'll get cold in your hand as you release the pressure in the can. Changing from a gas to a liquid, there's latent heat of condensation, latent heat of vaporization. You can study all that in physics class. But see, he's claiming about the heat being a problem from this flood. It's true, when it rains, it releases heat into the atmosphere. But when the atmosphere expands, it absorbs the heat. Also, when wood is turned into coal, it absorbs the heat. And the movement of all these continents is going to take a lot of energy. So, and the crust of the earth is about 10 miles thick. Underneath that, it's really hot, molten rock. I don't think there's a heat problem at all. Latent heat of condensation. Energy is released when water vapor condenses to form liquid droplets. High school physics 101. I taught that for 15 years. So, yes, I think the heat from the rain could be a problem if it weren't for the fact that the atmosphere is also expanding, which is going to neutralize it, negate it, equalize it, cancel it. So, the reason a can gets cold after being used is a process known as abiotic cooling, a property of thermodynamics. A gas initially at high pressure cools when the pressure is released. Simple physics, okay? And you can get all into the ideal gas law and Boyle's gas law and all that stuff if you want to look it up for yourself. Charles' law, Boyle's law, Avogadro. Okay, so we won't bore you with all that. That's how an air conditioner works. You compress the gas, and then you release the pressure, and you blow fans past which side you want it. You want to add the heat or add the cool, take away the heat. Let's see. Argonne Laboratory, they were able to take coal, make artificial coal. Interesting. There's a lot of coal in the world. Wyoming has the thickest coal seam in the world, up to 300 feet thick. There's 1.15 billion short tons, 1.16 trillion short tons of coal in the world. 300 foot thick layer. Am I done?
No. You still got 1 minute, Ken.
Okay, good. Thank you. So wood under high pressure and heat turns to coal. There is a huge amount of coal in the world. This would absorb the heat, Taylor. Not a problem. So the problem here is you don't understand what that world was like. The original creation was different. It was destroyed by a flood. And the moon is pulling the water up on the earth. So the water rushing into that bump, it's the same speed the earth is turning. At this latitude, nearly 900 miles an hour. All the layers of the earth probably formed in a few months, not millions of years. All the layers we see of the earth are the same age. You evolutionists believe the top layer is younger. Where did it come from? Outer space? All the layers are the same age. There is no geologic column. The whole thing is a hoax. I taught earth science 15 years. We can have the whole debate on that if you'd like. But the Bible says the scoffers will be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. This flood explains the geology of the world today much better than millions of years of evolution. We'll get into footprints next time. Go ahead.
All right. Perfect timing as well, Dr. Hovind. I appreciate that opening statement. Thank you both to Taylor and Kent for your opening statements. We got a ton of questions and super chats flying in as well. So as always, we are going to have an awesome audience Q&A, it looks like. So that being said, we're now moving into the uninterrupted rebuttal. We're going to hand it over to Taylor. Just make sure you unmute yourself when you're ready to talk. You have 8 minutes. Again, I'll give you a 1 minute warning when you reach the 7 minute mark. So Taylor, when you're good to go, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I saw a lot of using the Bible to prove the Bible, which is circular reasoning, which is a logical fallacy. So we'll just move on from there since that's not science, and there's really nothing to say about that other than it's a fallacy, and so we can't use that as evidence. And so you say you're a firm believer of the idea that there's an ice layer surrounding the Earth. But having a firm belief seems to be the only evidence that you have for that belief. All you have is maybe some explanations for how an ice layer might stay afloat around the Earth. You don't have any evidence that it actually existed, which, according to your standards, and that is a good standard to have, you do need to have evidence of something that exists in order to propose that it exists. You don't have any evidence of it, you just say you believe it. But I came here to talk about things that we can show with science, so we can pretty much just dismiss that as well, unless you do have some actual evidence that it did exist, instead of just explanations of how it might exist. But for a second, we can assume that there is an ice layer around the Earth. And only a partial amount of the heat generated from the movement of the continents is going to boil off the oceans that are increased by 300% over 23 times over. So even if we assume that there's an ice layer around the world, that ice, it has about, it has 22 times more heat than is required to boil off the 400% of the Earth's oceans left over to deal with. And that's only a fraction, actually, of the heat that's actually there. And so let's include the 7 layers of the cold air around the Earth, too. And we'll just, we'll be generous because I'm just doing the estimates right now. You'd still have like about 14 times more of the heat if you add in the ice wall or the ice canopy, which, by the way, still has no evidence for it, and all the Earth, the air layers. Let's just count those all as each individually needs as much heat to dissipate as 400% of the Earth's oceans. That's very generous. You're still going to have 14 times that amount of heat that's needed to boil the oceans left over if we melt the ice. Okay, so we'll add another one. So 13 times more, because we would have to boil the melted ice. And again, that's still only a fraction of the heat, because we still have to deal with the heat needed from the accelerated nuclear decay, which you'd need to accept if you're going to say that the radiometric dating is wrong, which I'm very sure you do. So the coal wouldn't absorb all the heat either. It would still be hot, and it does not have the ability to absorb all that heat. It's been calculated, even by creationists, that the entire Earth would be molten, the rock included. So we're not just talking about the water. We're not just talking about the air or the ice. We're talking about the rock itself will be lava. It won't be vaporized. Well, it might be, but it's at least molten. And so the actual reason gas gets colder when it expands, the actual physics, is because the air is moving away. The particles are moving away from each other. They're still hot. That the actual air itself is not cooling down. What's cooling down is where it came from, because the hot air moved away from it. The gas stays the same temperature, and it's shooting around. So the water boiling, it's just a transfer of heat. And the reason a can seems cold is because you're transferring a little bit of heat away from room temperature. So, but if you have enough heat to melt the entire Earth several times over, there's still going to be heat heating up the metaphorical can, so to speak. And like I said, the heat is transferring into the air. So if all of the heat from this process gets transferred into the coal, into the ground, into the water, and it boils off, let's just say that cools the Earth down, even though that's insanely generous. You have a cold Earth, but all of the water is still carrying all of that heat, and it's still dispersing across space. So the water's still boiled, it's still gone from the Earth, and all you have is a barren Earth with no water on it. That's best case scenario. So like I said, the gas that gets scattered still carries that heat. The heat isn't thrown off into nothingness. It is carried away by the gas. I guess I'm not sure what else was covered. I think I covered pretty much everything I wanted to. I will mention, though, quick point, I'm not willingly ignorant, because all of the science clearly points toward an old Earth. Most of the scientists agree with that. And let's assume I'm wrong. Let's assume we're all wrong. It's still unintentional. It's not willing ignorance. So let's just not go into the ad hominem attacks. I assure you that you specifically don't want to go there. So let's just keep it with the science.
All right. Well, that is about 7 minutes. So we will be throwing a minute into the Q&A. Thank you for your rebuttal. Snake, we're going to hand it over to Dr. Hovind. You have 8 minutes as well. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, sir, and I appreciate that. It's obvious Taylor is concerned about the heat generated from the flood of Noah. 40 days of rain would generate a lot of heat, called the latent heat of condensation. There's no question. But I think it can be easily negated, as I mentioned, from the atmosphere expanding, which absorbs the heat, or from the wood turning into coal, which would absorb the heat. So there's no question that he has not proven this would be a problem. He believes it's a problem. He's chosen not to believe the Bible because of his imaginary problem he created. But I think there's a logical scientific answer for this. He made so many comments I'd love to get on here. Let's see. Using the Bible to prove the Bible. Well, there's no evidence whatsoever for evolution. There's no evidence that any animal's ever produced anything other than its kind. Dogs produce dogs and cats produce cats without exception. But you guys believe by faith that dogs and bananas have a common ancestor. That's not science. I agree. I cannot prove the Bible scientifically. At least most of it cannot be proven scientifically. The Bible says, God said, I made it. Okay, I choose to believe that. Now, if you guys choose to believe that mosquitoes and elephants have a common ancestor, that's your religious belief. Evolution is a religion by every standard that I can see. So, yes, I've chosen to believe it, but I'm not requiring everybody to pay for my religion to be taught in the school system. You guys want all of us to pay for your religion to be taught. I resent that. I'm going to oppose that till I die. Okay, let's see. I never said there is an ice layer. I think it's gone. It fell down. Super cold ice being magnetic. When it shattered with the fountains of the deep breaking open, the shattered canopy would be sucked in and dumped on the poles. There would be a rapid ice dump, ice age. Why are mammoths found frozen standing up? They were buried in probably 50 or 60 feet of snow in seconds, which would have come from the destroyed canopy. The ice pushing out would make glaciers sliding out rapidly, clear down to Kansas City, Missouri, leaving behind bulldozed ahead piles of rocks called terminal moraines or lateral moraines on the side, piles of rocks. They're all over the world. There's no question there was an ice age. But when did it happen? I think it came simultaneous with the flood. So you mentioned the geologic column. You do believe in that. I'm sorry. We'll fix that if you'll listen. There is no such thing as a geologic column. This whole thing was made up in the 1800s by Charles Lyell and other people who said the Earth has layers. Yeah. And they gave each one names. Jurassic, Triassic, Mississippian, Devonian. The whole thing is baloney. All the layers are the same age. If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? No. If you shake a jar of mud, water, and sand and stuff, we do it here every day when we give our tours. School group came through today. We stop, shake the jar. It settles into layers in seconds. The top layer is not younger. All the layers form at the same time. Simultaneous. It's a matter of density. So top layer can't be younger. If the top layer of the dirt of the Earth is younger, it had to come from outer space. No, all the layers are the same age. Does the geologic column exist? No, it doesn't exist anywhere. We can cover more on that some other time. About Grand Canyon, we can get into that for a long time too. Anyway, the geologic column can only be found in the textbook. The only place you'll ever find your geologic column. This textbook admitted, it's right here beside me, Earth Science book, Prentice Hall. They said, HBJ, Harcourt, Brace, Jovanovich, if there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. The geologic column does not even exist anywhere except in the imagination. It's true the Earth has layers. I'm not saying it doesn't have layers. I'm saying they're not different ages, and they're not arranged in this order all over the world. There's only a very few places where you can even find them in the order they say they happened. Most of the world, 99.9% of the world, doesn't have them that way. The global stack of index fossils exists nowhere on Earth. The geologic column does not exist and does not need to be explained by flood geology. There is no geologic column. Change through time. If it existed, the layers you guys talk about, it'd be 100 miles thick. The whole crust of the Earth is only about 8 to 10 miles thick. I'm sorry, there isn't a geologic column. It doesn't have, you're wrong. They make up all these layers, you know, the shale and limestone, and there's true. I live in a gravel pit. We got lots of layers. There are 7 layers of gravel coming out of our gravel pit that go all the way to North Carolina. And they're all rounded off, rounded rocks. These things were tumbled back and forth like a rock tumbler, so they're all rounded, like trillions of them. all the way to North Carolina, all the way to South Florida. The gravel layers could not be formed as anything other than a catastrophic flood. I think the tide, the moon pulling the tide up and down on the earth, would make the water rush back and forth to keep the bump full. At this latitude, 31 degrees above the equator, we're turning almost 900 miles an hour. So the water is constantly rushing one way or the other to stay under the moon because of the moon's gravity at the same speed the earth is turning. At the equator, latitude 0, it's 1,037.6 degrees, 6 miles per hour. At the North Pole, 0. So the water moving sideways is what formed all these layers that you guys believe are different ages. It all happened rapidly. All the shale, the sandstone, all these layers would have formed quickly, not over millions of years. Let's see. What have I got in there twice for? There we go. So the geologic column does not exist. All over the world, there are anomalies like petrified trees standing up, connecting all the layers. How can the layers be different ages? Trees only stand up a couple of years after they die. The flood explains the coal. It explains all the geology of the earth. People say, where did all that flood water go? It's still here. These oceans are huge. There's enough water out there right now to cover the earth 1.5 miles deep, 8,800 feet, everywhere. Plenty. So the Bible says at the end of the flood, the mountains arose, the valleys sank down, and the water rushed off. It would form canyons in minutes. Grand Canyon probably formed in a few weeks, not millions of years. Come see our demonstration. Taylor, I'll give you a tour of the place and show you our demonstration where we make miniature Grand Canyon in seconds. All you need is water. Once the water gets moving, it picks up speed and it picks up debris. And now it's not just erosion. Now it's liquefaction and cavitation and hydraulic plucking, and all kinds of strange things happen with rapidly moving water. So these index fossils that they predict might be found a few places just on pure accident, but they're not found that way all over the world. They say, well, the birds are found on top. That proves birds evolved last. I say, no. Birds are not always found on top. But if they're found on top, maybe that's because they can fly. They're the last ones to drown in a flood. Of course they're found on top. They got hollow feathers, hollow bones. They say clams are found at the bottom. Yeah, they're already at the bottom when the flood started. Like, duh. Of course they're first ones buried. If the water came up 200 feet and came in at 900 miles an hour, it's going to make a layer of mud 50 feet thick in 10 seconds. We have petrified clams in our museum, hundreds and hundreds of them. There are millions in the world. And they're petrified in the closed position. Now, wait a minute. When a clam dies, it opens. You're lucky to find a matched pair of seashells when you go to the beach. Petrified closed clams are found on top of Mount Everest. They're found on top of the Himalaya Mountains. They're found on top of the mountains in Peru, South America. Giant petrified clams, much bigger than the world's record today.
1 minute.
Record oyster today is 14 inches. They find them 11 feet up in Peru. I think there was a flood. You might want to believe on that. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate it. No, you still got about 30 seconds, but if you want, we can.
Yeah. Taylor, we want you to come give your heart to the Lord, get saved. You make a great Christian. We'll work on you, okay?
All right, I appreciate that, Kent. I appreciate the 8-minute rebuttals from the both of you. So it looks like we're now moving into the discussion portion. Great debate so far, gentlemen. And looks like we have quite a few interesting topics and points to discuss. So as always, we like to keep this cordial and as equally timed as possible, sticking to one topic at a time. Taylor, since Kent just ended with his rebuttal, why don't we hand it over to you to start us off with the discussion? Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
All right, so real quick, you can see the entire geologic column for life, not for the entire geological history of Earth, but just for life, all the way down to the Precambrian in the Grand Canyon and in Manitoba, Canada. I think there's others too. But my question would be, it doesn't seem like you actually showed any demonstration or research that shows that the layers formed at the same age and you just asserted it. Is there anything beyond just the assertion for that?
Well, you can do a demonstration in a few seconds in any laboratory. Get a flask or a test tube and put some different materials in there and shake it up. You still buy those little things at Walmart. There are 4 different densities of sand. When you flip it over, they'll form many layers. A little sand art toy. It's an easy demonstration to do. So I think it's simple for a kindergartner to demonstrate that layers form quickly. Get any material that is a mixture of different densities. Like these things, these little sand, I should have one here, sand art toy. They'll have 2 or 3 or 4 different densities of sand. You shake it up, it always settles into layers very quickly.
Mm-hmm. But in the Grand Canyon, we have repeated layers of, I think of sandstone, And so they could not have been hydrologically sorted. And just because something can happen quickly, which, by the way, that little demonstration is not, they don't lithify, it doesn't turn into rock. So just because something can happen quickly doesn't mean some specific situation happened in the exact same way. Because as we can see that there are layers forming slowly right now. It's not true of all rock formation.
Okay, well, take one topic at a time. This is a picture of Grand Canyon from an earth science book right beside me. We see hundreds and hundreds of layers, all stacked like pancakes. Why are there no erosion marks between these layers? If those layers, here we go, thank you, man. If those layers truly are different ages, wouldn't it rain once in a while, waiting for millions of years for the next layer? You can form layers in seconds. It doesn't take a long time. And as far as liquefy or lithify to turn to rock, of course, that would depend upon all kinds of factors. Is it above water? How long, how much pressure is it under? But all the different types of rock, the sandstone in Grand Canyon, it's sandstone, limestone, shale, slate, all kinds of different layers. Every tide going back and forth is going to make a new collection of layers. Noah was in the ark for 880 tidal changes. You'd form all the layers in the Grand Canyon in a week.
There is rivers, evidence of erosion, rain droplets found between these layers. So there is evidence of erosion. And as far as...
Just a minute, Taylor. Earlier in your speech, you said there are no footprints found between these layers. But now you're saying
there are
found between the layers.
There are, which
there are
proves
footprints.
that the flood couldn't have happened.
Well, no. During the flood, the tide's going up and down, the water going back and forth. Animals are running to find high ground, which is slowly disappearing. It might have taken 4 months to kill everybody. Noah was in that ark for a year. So during the first few months of the flood, the crust of the earth floating up and down, it didn't like rain and everybody dead in 10 seconds. So there are lots of footprints found fossilized. Dinosaur trackways in Glen Rose, Texas. Hundreds and hundreds of dinosaur footprints in stride. So obviously many of them were running by looking at them because the toes are depressed deeper and the stride increases greater than the normal stride when they're walking. So I think there's lots of footprint evidence that there was animals running from something, running toward high ground. And now they're buried, the layer's buried and the footprint is preserved. We got a bunch of the footprints here in our museum. Come on down, see our museum. Anyway, I think I disagree. I think footprints did form. I think raindrops did get preserved. I think the flood, some areas would be calm, some areas would be storming. It's probably storming right now someplace in the world. It's calm right here where I'm at.
And in modern flood situations, you don't get those ichnofossils because they're too fragile to be preserved in flood situations. And several of those layers are only possible to be formed. The sandstone is it cannot form in flood conditions, only dry conditions.
I didn't catch that. What can only form in flood conditions?
The sandstone.
Sandstone? No, we shake up our jar here. Well, where did I just put it? This is 4 different colors of sand inside water between 2 layers of glass. It'll form multiple layers of nothing but sand, called sand art.
Not sandstone, though.
It'll turn to stone if it dries out. If the water has any elements in there that allow it to stick together, there's all kinds of different things that cause sand particles to stick and turn it to sandstone. But even then, sandstone crumbles pretty easily. There's all kinds of hardnesses, different hardnesses in sandstone, limestone, shale. That's a whole complex field of science, just studying mineralogy and rocks. So
yes,
I think
and so the geologists
that can't be explained by a flood. Go ahead.
The geologists have studied specifically the Coconino sandstone layer. Has dunes in it that are only formed in dry conditions. They don't look like the dunes that form underwater. And the people who study this, there's not one who has concluded that sandstone layer was formed in flood or wet conditions.
Well, if the Earth's crust is flexing up and down like Noah's flood, we know the Earth's crust is broken up like an eggshell. Nobody argues about that. There might have been some sections of the Earth that were above water for months, and the sandstone could form during dry conditions, and then later they get submerged. I think everybody would agree that probably every square inch of the Earth has been submerged at one time or another. Every square inch of the Earth shows evidence of flood. Now, whether it was all at the same time, like Noah's flood, you guys could argue about that. But I think I could point out you'll have a hard time finding a spot where the Earth has not been flooded. The top of Mount Everest is loaded with seashells. 2,000 feet of the top of Mount Everest is seashells and clams. I think it was flooded. Now, I don't think Noah's flood was over Mount Everest. It's 5 miles high. I think what the Bible says, at the end of the flood, the mountains arose and the valleys sank down. If you filled this room 3 feet deep in water and lifted up that end of the building, all the water would come down here and be 6 feet deep, and now that would be above ground. It's interesting. All the mountain ranges I'm aware of in the earth follow the coastlines. Oh, the Rocky Mountains follow the Pacific Ocean. The Appalachian Mountains follow the North Atlantic. The Alps, or the Andes Mountains in South America follow the South Pacific. I think the mountains and oceans formed at the same time because of the same thing. The crust of the earth was flexing. Psalm 104, the mountains arose, the valleys sank down. I think the Bible's true. Go ahead.
So there was a lot there. So did you say that you don't think the waters covered Mount Everest? Did I hear that right?
I didn't hear that question. I think the water covered the whole earth during the flood, but maybe not all at the same time. Noah was in the ark for 1 year. It rained for 40 days, but the water kept coming up, according to the Bible, for 150 days. I think it was coming from inside. The fountains of the deep broke open. The crust of the earth then would settle into the void as the water escapes. As the water escapes, the crust of the earth would settle into that void. Settle in differentially, depending how the water's escaping. There'd be a lot of factors in that. It could be twisting up or bending. The bent rock layers we see all over the world had to form rapidly while the layers were all soft. I think I flashed pictures up there a minute ago of all that. So, yeah, as I taught earth science for 15 years, I did not see anything that cannot be explained by a global flood. If you have a specific, I'd love to see that. But to me, right here, the liquefaction, there we go. Okay, slide number 700, Alt-DV 701. Turbidity currents happen all the time. If the water's coming up because of moon's gravity pulling the tide up, the water has to be rushing in to fill the void, to fill that bump, that rising bump. And it has to be coming in at the same speed the earth is turning to stay under the moon. Here at Lennox, we're turning 886 miles an hour. These currents would form these layers quickly, and this would tumble the rocks back and forth like a rock tumbler does. That's why gravel all over the world is rounded. They call this river rock. Guys, this rounded rock goes from here to North Carolina, 500 miles. That was a flood, not river rock. And all these layers would have formed very rapidly. Now, why you guys believe they're millions of years different in age, I don't know. You're welcome to believe that, but that's not scientific. They're all, and why are they neatly planed? Where's the erosion marks between the layers?
Well, as we've discussed, there are erosion marks between layers. And
there may be in some spots because of the flood.
Yeah. But floods cannot preserve the erosion marks because that's soft mud on top of soft mud, which would just become a homogenized piece of mud.
If you had a canyon eroded in the soft mud and a new layer of mud filled it in, then they all hardened together. Yeah, of course you can preserve a canyon.
Not with the kind of flood we're talking about.
Come on down.
So we have on Mars, there's evidence of these giant bursting floods, and they carve kilometer-wide things, much bigger than the Grand Canyon, and they look completely different. So that's not realistic that it would basically have meteoroid impact level force behind it, but somehow preserve small footprints.
Well, if Mars has canyons bigger than Grand Canyon, and I believe that's probably correct, that's the scientific evidence. Okay, now what's the interpretation of that? Well, could Mars have been blasted with things coming off the Earth when the crust of the Earth broke open? Could it have shot ice out or water out into space that would float around? And any object with gravity, any of the planets, there's like magnets going around, they're sucking in anything gets close. Could Mars gravity have sucked things in out of space, the water or ice? And could there have been a canyon formed on Mars? I don't know. Interesting. But I almost want to get into the topic. If you guys believe all of Mars and the Earth fit in a dot smaller than a period, that's ridiculous. We'll get into evolution another time. But this idea that it all fit in a dot, insane. But yes, Mars has canyons. Earth has canyons, some pretty big ones, some subterranean canyons. I think the flood's the best explanation for all the canyons. Now, Mars, I don't know about that. I have to go see it someday.
Yeah, so we know of black holes today that compress matter into unimaginably small levels, but that's kind of irrelevant to the debate topic. So what I was trying to respond to a little bit ago, before your last response, was that we do have the age of these layers, and that radiometric dating is extremely reliable. And the way that we can show that is basically, we can go into how we can error check for contamination for this specific method or this specific method. But the fact that you can test the same layers with different methods of radiometric decay and they come out with the same number, you don't have to know anything about the actual mechanisms of these methods. If they come out with the same age, that's cross correlation. That is the golden standard of scientific evidence. Because even let's assume that the radiometric dating is broken, it should not be able to align perfectly every time with other methods of dating. That's like walking into a room where all the clocks have the same time on them and assuming that they're all broken, and assuming that the time isn't what they say, because they're all, but it's actually even more reliable, all the radiometric dating, because they're using different methods. So if all the clocks are broken, they could all have the same flaw. This is not possible with all of the different radioactive dating, and the fact that there are different ages consistently also proves that they were not created at the same time, because you have different rates of radioactive decay, and that will require miracles.
Well, I think a couple things to consider. First of all, I think you're mistaken. They're not all giving the same age. But you got to realize there is such a the educational system and the publishing has been so clamped down on, where nothing will get published if it doesn't go along with the current paradigm. You would never publish an article in a Muslim country saying Muhammad was a bad guy and Jesus was the Christ. They wouldn't publish that. They would probably get executed instead. You won't get an article published in communist countries saying communism is bad. Go to China and try to do that sometime. So if somebody publishes an article saying, look, I found radiometric dating to not work, they'll ignore it. It has to match the paradigm, or it doesn't get published in a major journal.
They've published those, actually.
Okay.
No one's executing creationists in America, and there are published challenges to this dating, which were responded to, and they showed the flaws in that method, and they were like, okay, let's move on.
Well, I have lots of examples in my PowerPoint where they date living things and come up with tens of thousands of years old with the dating method, and they're still alive.
That's a misuse of the method, though.
Well, how can it be a misuse of the method? If my dog died and I took the bone in and said carbon date this, they would say, where did you find it? What difference does it make where I found it? If your method works, just date it. But they want to position it by the geologic column first to bracket the date they're looking for. Because they might carbon date a sample and get 5 different dates off the same sample.
Yeah, because it's not
for a living.
Carbon dating is the flaws with that are known. There are constraints. It's not a magic wand that you can just date anything at any time. Most of these methods do not work for immediate dating, like when it begins. You can't really date it because there is a margin of error, which is small in comparison to what it can measure, but in comparison to like human lifetimes, it's within that margin of error. So you're not going to get the correct results.
Well,
it's like trying to measure. It's trying to measure nanometers with a ruler.
Yeah. Well, here's an analogy that maybe will help you understand. If you walked into a room and found a candle burning on a table, and I asked you the question, when was it lit? The only empirical science we can do on this, things we can study, test, demonstrate, would be measure the height of the candle. We can do that down to the nearest bazillionth of an inch. Okay, it's 7 inches tall. Then we measure how fast it's burning. Let's say, okay, it's burning an inch an hour. We get the Olympic stopwatches and we time it 4,000 times because we're getting paid by the government to waste our time on this candle. So we measure the candle. It is burning an inch an hour and it's 7 inches tall. When was it lit? Well, we just ran out of empirical science, and now we got to go to assumptions, which is what carbon dating does. How tall was it when it started? I don't know. Has it always burned at the same rate? All kinds of things can affect the rate of burn of a candle. Increased oxygen, little wind flow, thicker wick, thinner wax, flammable wax. I don't know. So radiometric dating would not have even been possible if the geologic column had not been erected first. Clear back in 1976, they knew the geologic column was how they really dated things. So they find a fossil. If you bring a
absolute dating actually changed their assumptions to more accurate ones.
Well, the absolute dating is, the first question they ask is, where did you find it? They have to bracket it based on the stupid geologic column. Ever since William Smith, fossils have been and still are the best and most accurate method of dating and correlating the rocks in which they occur, from New Scientist magazine 40 years ago. I can think of no cases of radioactive decay being used to date fossils. Earth's atmosphere is 300 miles thick. Most of it's within 10 miles, but the atmosphere contains mostly nitrogen, but some oxygen, and a very tiny amount of C14. Some of that C14 is all of it's radioactive, the C14. Carbon-12 and C14 are mixed in the atmosphere. It's created by sunlight striking the atmosphere. The whole carbon dating thing was made up in 1955, a couple of years after I was born, by Willard Libby. He said, wow, the sunlight is causing the formation of carbon-14. Plants are breathing in the carbon. We can tell how long that plant
carbon dating is completely irrelevant here. It's not used to date rocks, so let's forget about that.
Well, all the dating methods follow the same assumptions as the candle. Has it always decayed at the same rate? Do you know the initial content? You cannot possibly know either of those. They've proven there are many things that will affect the decay rate of all the different radioactive elements, whether it be carbon, potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead-208, lead-206. All of them are based on the assumption that the decay rate remains constant, and we know what the initial content was. No, you don't. You can't know either of those. In an honest court of law,
there are a lot of ways to know that, actually. There's a lot of chemistry involved, so it's complicated. For the lead-argon dating, the initial conditions are hostile to lead, so you can rule out lead contamination in certain conditions.
How do you know the initial conditions?
Because
this is where your evolutionary assumption is flavoring your answer.
No, that's just chemistry. And we're not assuming
the initial conditions.
Well, we do know how chemicals. We do know the results of certain chemical reactions, and we know the initial conditions of those chemical reactions. If it's something different, magic was involved. There's no reason to think that. Every time we test certain reactions, it's the same. Every time we test nuclear decay, it's the same. It's never changed. There's no reason to think that it was different. And if we assume that it was accelerated, that just makes the heat problem at least twice as bad.
I'll stick on one at a time here now. I think if we look at the fossils, we find dinosaurs that are 60 and 80 feet long with nostrils the same size as a horse. He couldn't possibly breathe. So something had to be different when that dinosaur was walking around, either richer oxygen in the air or increased air pressure or both. Either one or both together especially would solve the problem of the huge dinosaurs with small lungs and small nostrils. Apparently they did live and walk around and reproduce. I mean, we find the bones of them. So you can't look at today's atmosphere and say that's the way it's always been. It was different. I can prove from the dinosaur fossils. But yet you want to make it the same for all the dating methods.
But the chemistry of oxygen hasn't changed, is the point. We know oxygen can be produced by the plants, and we know how oxygen interacts with blood. That's not different. The amount of oxygen can change. That's a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with the point.
Well, are you aware that lots of oxygen air bubbles are found in amber? When they suck the air bubbles out of the amber, they find they're 30% oxygen. So that tree that was bleeding out the sap, the amber is tree sap. If a tree got broken in the flood and the sap's oozing out all over, it's going to trap samples of that atmosphere. Why would it be 30% oxygen? Google it. Amber contains 30% oxygen. Today it's 21%.
I'm not contesting that.
Well, then something was different on the planet.
No, because you're confusing the amount of a particular chemical with its chemical properties. The chemical properties don't change ever.
Well,
The
no, they do
amount
change
of
under different
chemicals
pressures.
there.
Oh, wait a minute. Chemical properties change radically under different pressures.
No, because it's
Yes, they
still the
do.
same chemical properties.
Well, oxygen 18 exists, if I recall. Chemistry was my least favorite of all the sciences, but there's different isotopes of oxygen. Well, that'd be a whole different debate. I think the purpose of the debate, you said Noah's Ark, the flood story is not possible. I said it is. Well, here we have a book, the world's best-selling book, claiming it happened, and you want to come along and say, no, it didn't. I think the burden of proof's on you, and you haven't met your burden. You have not proven that the flood didn't happen. I think it is scientifically possible. There's plenty of water out there now to cover the earth 1.5 miles deep. One drop would cover the earth if you spread it real thin, but there is water to cover the earth. There's lots of legends of the earth being covered, lots of flood legends. There are fossils all over the world. There are layers all over the world. I think the scientific evidence we observe says, wow, this planet was flooded. They go to Mars and find a canyon and conclude it was a flood. But they can't come to Earth and see a canyon and see it was a flood. That's a special kind of dumb in my book.
They have much different traits.
Ah.
Because it has the trait of an explosion from underground, pressurized water. We don't have these on Earth. They're way too large, and they're straight. They don't curve like the Grand Canyon curves around like that. So they have much different properties. They're thought to be explosive floods because they're much different from anything we see on Earth. And that wouldn't prove a global flood even if we had one on Earth. But
true. Yeah, I agree. So, I don't think I could prove a global flood. I could point out that I think just nearly every square inch of the Earth has evidence that it was flooded at one time. Now, was it all at the same time? I don't think I could prove that. But see, I'm not asking my theory to be taught in the schools and everybody pay for it. You guys are demanding we pay for your evolution theory to be taught in the schools, and we all pay for it. Why don't you go start a private school and teach you came from a rock? I don't care.
Well, that's not evolution. This has been around since before evolution. But what do you think we should teach in the schools, if not the prevailing scientific consensus?
Oh, I think we should teach
the best information we have, right?
In science class, we should teach science. There's plenty of science in any branch of science, whether it be earth science, physical science, biology. In biology, you could teach the kids, hey, boys and girls, this is the radius, the humerus, the ulna, the carpals, metacarpals, the flexors, the extenders, the deltoid, the biceps, triceps, etc. You can teach all the muscles, all the bones, all the organs, all the functions, and never refer to evolution. Evolution is a complete waste of classroom time in biology and in physical science. Certainly, what do you need that for physical science? Acceleration due to gravity, 1/2 gt squared. Nothing to do with evolution. And earth science, you can teach, hey, boys and girls, the earth has lots of layers. Let me show them to you here. Let's see, 1161, DV 11.
So oil speculators actually use this science to find oil, and they're not using creationist assumptions. They're using old earth assumptions.
Either one would work. There's a lot of oil in the ground. The creationist says, well, yeah, during the flood, whole herds of animals would be killed. If the water's coming up 200 feet every tidal change because of harmonic tide and coming in at 200 miles an hour, it's going to bury whole herds of animals under 50 feet of mud in seconds. How do you explain petrified closed clams? Go to the beach, man. You can find a bazillion clams, but they're open or you're not even connected anymore.
So understanding how these rock layers form is crucial to understanding how to find them, and thus where the oil is. So once we understand, teaching how they form is a form of science. So teaching what we know about how sandstone forms in dry conditions only, at least the one that I referenced, and how limestone forms at a rate of only 2 inches per year, which is far too slow for a young Earth biblical flood model. That is science by your standards, and it's crucial to understanding how to navigate what we live on.
Well, I love this planet. I love living here. I'm trying to stay here as long as I can. I'm going to be dying the last thing I do. Decided that at an early age. So Yeah, but I think I can look at the world and say, wow, this was created by God. I can give God the glory. And I think it was destroyed by a flood and it formed all the layers, petrified trees standing up. I don't see another way to explain that. The giant coal field, petrified trees running through different layers of coal. We've got them here in Alabama. So I don't see how you guys cannot see a worldwide flood when you see all these layers that you claim are different ages, like the Mary Lee and the Blue Creek, connected by, can be proven scientifically. You got trees that could be proven all these layers had to form before the tree rotted. I'd give it a couple years, maybe, not million. Just Specimen Ridge, Wyoming, 27 consecutive forests.
So if they all started at the same time, they would have different, or they would have the same level of radioactive decay going on, even if it was accelerated. So you would have to have selective acceleration of radioactive decay, depending on what level it's at, and that requires, that's not scientific.
I know people that have taken fossils or wood and sent it to 4 different laboratories with the simple question, how old is it? They get 4 different answers from the same sample. Mm-hmm. There's way too much. In an honest court of law, no carbon dating would hold up. Or radiometric potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead 208, lead 206. None of them would hold up, okay? They're all based on some obvious assumptions. The coal seams nearly always have layers of clay. Petrified trees standing up. Joggins, Nova Scotia is famous for them. Hundreds and hundreds petrified trees connecting these layers that you guys are claiming are different ages. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I think the layers formed rapidly, which is why the tree is connecting all the layers, which is why fossils are preserved at all. How many animals died today in the world? Like millions? How many are going to turn to fossils? None. It takes very special conditions for fossils to form, and the flood is the best explanation of that I can see. But again, I'm not asking everybody to pay for my thing to be taught. I think we should teach science in science class and leave evolution out of it. Origins in general should not be involved. Because no matter what you teach, somebody's going to get mad.
Okay, let me jump in here, gentlemen. This has been a fantastic discussion. We've got over 30 people in the chat. You guys were having such a cordial, intelligent discussion that the timer did go off a few minutes ago. Actually, I think about 10 minutes ago. So, but it's been so much fun, and time is flying by. Taylor, I know you probably have a few things you want to respond to Kent pertaining to what he just said. So why don't we, since we have 5-minute closings, why don't we, if it's okay with you guys, jump right into the closings? Taylor, you're going to start us off anyways. So whatever you'd like to respond to, you could always do it in your 5-minute closing. And we are going to have a good audience Q&A as well. So Taylor, let's hand it to you. You do have 5 minutes. And if you take a few minutes over, that's fine as well. Or a few seconds, right. I should say. Go ahead. Okay. So we heard a lot of assertions. The Bible says it, so I believe it. I believe in an ice layer. We have, layers can form quickly. We have no demonstration of how some of these layers, especially limestone, can form as quickly and become rock as quickly as needed. We don't have any evidence that these layers were formed at the same time. We just have an assertion based on, well, if they can form at the same time, it must mean that these specific ones did. Well, that doesn't follow. And we have evidence for the different layers have different levels of radioactive decay. Even assuming we can't correctly date that, we know that radioactive decay is a natural process, and if these layers formed at the same time, they're decaying at different rates. That doesn't make sense unless there's, again, miracles of interventions, and you can believe in miracles, but we can't study them, we can't test them, so it's not scientific. I'll touch on, the footprints again. We had a response on that, but not satisfactory to me. I don't see any way how the violence of the flood can preserve such delicate things as footprints. But we didn't really get
I didn't get any response to the explanation of why the heat dispersal propositions would not be effective. We didn't really we had no response for how the Ark would be stocked with enough food and fresh water, how the small amount of people working on it would be able to take care of all those animals. And no real response in numbers for how much heat could be absorbed by these various methods. We have no evidence of an ice layer. It's just asserted. Kent at one point even said, I can't prove there was a global flood, so I feel like that's an admission that he's failed his burden of debate. I feel like I've met my burden by showing that the different layers could not have formed at the same time. Simply that's really all I need to do. Some of the layers can only have formed in a dry situation. You only have 150 days. That's not enough to form dry sandstone, which has dunes that need to form over a long period of time. Limestone is an even bigger problem. I'll leap back a little bit. There was not really an explanation. So I explained how the boiling water, yes, it will cool off the surface of the earth when it boils, but then you have boiling water shooting off into space. You still have no water. Same problem with the coal. I think this is a misunderstanding of how basic thermodynamics works. It's not the water is not cooling down. Whatever's absorbing the heat is actually getting hotter. It would still hold on to the heat. Wood turning into charcoal, it's not like a heat vacuum. It wouldn't suck in the heat from the plate tectonics. It would only absorb heat that's directly next to it. And this would, even assuming they can absorb all of it, you'd have these red hot coals dotting the entire earth and completely evaporated oceans. It's just completely inhospitable to life. And that's, again, being very generous. Everything would be melted. Everything would be evaporated. Even if we assume that the ice layer is as 10 times the water that we have on the earth, it would be completely evaporated by a mere fraction of the heat generated. So let's see. The radioactive dates correlating with each other shows that it's actually the chances of them all correlating with each other is impossible if it's just random dates being generated. So the fact that they're cross-correlating, that's the gold standard of science. That shows that even if one of them is broken, even if multiple are broken, the fact that they're all aligning on the same results with different methods, that is absolutely the highest standard of evidence that we have in science. You say, teach science in science class. These are very useful concepts. Even evolution has been very useful, especially in the medical sciences, because especially things like viruses, things that have inserted into our genome over time, viruses that we've inherited from other animals, the way viruses evolve and mutate.
30 seconds.
Okay, and the last thing I'll say is you mentioned give glory to God. You can do that without young earth creationism. In fact, I believe that it's a much, much greater God that created this universe that operates as a clockwork that can run on its own. It would require a much better planner and just a much greater mind to create this universe that is able to create life within itself, to create all the things we have without even him intervening every once in a while. So it does it all by itself. That's a much greater machine than God having to constantly tweak things along the way. So you can still give glory to God no matter what. So that's it.
All right. Thank you, Taylor, for that concluding statement. That was exactly 6 minutes. We're a little
Okay.
more easygoing on the closing statement. So we're going to hand it over to Kent. Kent, you also have 6 minutes whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you. Thank you for doing this. And I appreciate you guys at Standing for Truth for taking the stand to just let both sides say their mind, speak their mind. This is great. Let people sort it out. The Bible says clearly in the very first chapter, God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. There used to be a layer of water above the air. That is probably what made them live so long, and it had filtered out the radiation. The Bible says the earth is the Lord. He founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. There was water above the air. There was water under the crust of the earth. He layeth up the depth in storehouses. He stretched out the earth above the waters. So the model that I gave, with an original creation having a layer of ice above the air, and then the air to breathe, and then the dirt to stand on, and water under the crust, which is where the flood water came from, is the model that I defend. I think that's what the Bible teaches. There was water in the crust of the earth that came to the surface, but the scoffers are ignorant of that flood. That flood explains a lot of things. They're willingly ignorant of how God made the heavens, plural, heavens, and the world was overflowed with water and it perished, and the fountains of the deep were broken up. It rained for 40 days, but the water kept coming up for 150 days. It's coming from inside the crust of the earth. This water shooting out explains a lot of things that we see, the erosion marks. There's a whole section about Grand Canyon. I forgot to get to that. As the water's draining off the backside of the dam, which makes up Grand Canyon, it would have spiked barbed canyons. If you Google barbed canyons, you'll see that can't form. It had to be formed by rapid draining of a lake. Grand Canyon's a washed out spillway. But we talked about all this stuff in the rapid formation of the mountains and the canyons, the wrinkling of the carpet, etc. He mentioned several things I didn't get to cover here. He said evolution is used in medical science. I think you're grossly mistaken there. All we've ever seen is dogs produce dogs and cats produce cats. I think that any bacteria or viruses that evolve have to stay within the same kind. They're still a bacteria. No bacteria has ever evolved into an elephant. But there's no evidence whatsoever from any branch of science for the claims that evolutionists are making. They're just making these claims. These wrinkled mountain layers, as I mentioned, hundreds of layers all tilted at the same time. All at the same time. There are no cracks in those little layers where they were bent after they were hard rock. They were all soft mud when they bent at the same time. I'll show you pictures here. And underwater today, there are millions, maybe tens of millions of hot water vents shooting water up into the bottom of the ocean. Some are on the surface like geysers, like Old Faithful. Most are in the oceans because the earth is 70% underwater. But this trapped water that's down there is probably left over from the original creation that did not get to escape yet from the flood. Scoffers are ignorant of the creation, the flood, and the coming judgment of God. The Bible says, the heavens and the earth which are now, which we're standing on, are reserved unto fire against the day of judgment. There's only two conclusions you can come to. There's a God or there isn't. If you say, okay, I believe there's a God now, is he capable of writing a book and telling us how he did it or not? Some people look at the same thing and come to opposite conclusions. That's a 6. No, it's a 9. Okay. No, it's a 4. No, there's 3 of them. Are there 2 faces or 2 vases or a vase? So I think we can all look at Grand Canyon and say, yep, Grand Canyon exists. The evolutionist says it formed slowly with a lot of little water and lots of time. Creationist says it formed quickly with a lot of water and a little bit of time. Either one would make the canyon, but there are things about it that cannot be explained by the slow erosion. And I cover all this in my seminar series. Anyway, if you'd like to help, I want to help strengthen your faith in the Word of God. My seminar series is 18 hours long, covers all kinds of this. Where do dinosaurs fit in? You can get the whole thing for $50. When you're done watching it, you can return it and get your money back. I used to loan my videos out. I learned right away people don't borrow, but they don't steal, but they borrow and never return. So pay the $50. When you're done, send it back. We'll get your money back to you. We just want to help. If you're concerned about the world, the way things are going now and what's coming, I did a whole series on what on earth is about to happen. Whoa. I think it's 20-some hours about what the Bible teaches the future holds. We're headed for disaster, folks. You might want to get ready for that. If we can help, call us 855-BIG-DINO. That's 855-244-3466. I'm extension 3. Take calls all day long. I'll be glad to talk to you. And Taylor, if you want to call, we can talk off air sometime, or come down and visit Dinosaur Adventureland. We're going to have a big Thanksgiving party here for everybody, atheists especially invited. We'll do it again at Christmas. Bring the whole family down. We'll feed you like a king. Treat you like a king. Show you the place. Teach you some science. Okay. Thank you so much for having me. 1 minute left, right? Keep these debates going. And Taylor, come on down. We want to treat you like a king. We'll show you around Dinosaur Adventureland. Okay?
I appreciate that. Kent, thank you both, Kent and Taylor, for a fantastic debate. Great audience and just really, really good debate. I appreciate it. That being fed like a king, Dr. Hovind, sounds pretty good. So I may just have to sneak down there and enjoy a Thanksgiving dinner with you guys. So as we kind of get into the Q&A here, though, I just wanted to announce real quick that we at Standing for Truth Ministries have partnered with John Mackay, the creation guy, and his creation research team on a new short film that should be released early 2022. So here's kind of the sneak peek movie poster for it. It's going to be a ton of fun, experience creation from the beginning. So stay tuned for that, guys. We will keep you posted more and more on how that's coming along. So that being said, thank you to the audience for a ton of great questions. We'll never be able to get through all of these. I'm going to put a time limit on the Q&A, actually, as we usually do, which means we'll get through as many as we can within about 20-25 minutes. So why don't we just kind of get right into the first question, as we usually do here. Let's say the question's for Taylor. Okay, we'll give you the chance to obviously answer it first. Kent can give a response, and then we'll give you the last word. That way we can move along smoothly. So the very first question that came in all the way at the beginning from Dylan Bradshaw. And I appreciate if some of these questions were answered during the discussion, but I guess it's just the nature of debate. So Dylan asks you, Dr. Hovind, he says, an ice canopy would create a major heat problem on the Earth. Have you considered this fact?
I don't see how it would. An Eskimo's igloo doesn't create a major heat problem. It gets to a certain temperature and it transfers heat right through the ice. I think he'd have to prove his point if he claims it would form. I mean, the Earth today the atmosphere has layers. Nobody questions that. Troposphere, thermosphere, exosphere, ionosphere. Do those layers create a heat problem today? I think it all pretty well equalized. I have multiple layers of clothing on when it gets cold out to keep my body heat in. So I'd have to see him prove his point if he thinks he can make that statement, but that's not scientifically provable that an ice canopy would create a heat problem.
Right, I appreciate that response. Kent, Snake, if you wanted to add a quick couple points, just make sure you unmute yourself. Go ahead. Yeah, I'll unmute you, Snake. Okay,
oh, whoops. Yeah.
No.
Well, all I'll say, I guess, is it does seem like a canopy would not allow the radiative cooling. So that seems like a legitimate point.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. This one comes in from Sean Mack. I appreciate it. Question for both. So he says, how does the Roche limit and the moon's gravity affect the ice sphere? Whoever wants to start. The ice canopy, I think he means.
Yeah, that would be the limit that the closest the moon can orbit the Earth, I think. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I'm not sure where you think how far out the ice canopy is. So that would be hard to answer without that. But yeah, I think the moon recession is pretty interesting. It even at a linear rate, it could not have. It is more consistent with an old Earth.
Okay, thank you, Taylor. Go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
Well, if I recall, Roche's limit is 2.44 times the diameter of the larger planet or smaller planet. Let's take it the larger planet. Earth's 8,000 miles. So the radius, I think it was the diameter, yeah. So 8 times 2.44 is about 20,000 miles. So in other words, a moon cannot orbit within what's called Roche's limit. We see the scientific fact, the moon that was going around our Earth is getting further away. It's been measured about 1.5 inches a year. The moon is getting farther from the Earth, okay? Well, that means it used to be closer. Well, how much closer can you bring it before it creates a problem? You cannot get within Roche's limit. Gravity will collapse the orbit, just like two magnets getting close together and they snap together at a certain point. So The moon's receding, the moon leaving the Earth, is another powerful evidence it cannot be billions of years old. If I told you this ink pen was 5,000 years old, you'd say, come on, Hovind, that's a Bic pen, and Bic wasn't even a company till after World War II. Just that one fact. Bic created the pen, and Bic didn't exist till after World War II. You just proved my 5,000-year claim wrong. Now, I still don't know when the pen was made, and nor do I care, but I know it was made after World War II. It was a ballpoint pen. Plastics weren't invented. I don't know. You could systematically prove my 5,000-year claim for this pen is wrong. I think I can easily prove that billions of year claim for the Earth is wrong. The Earth is cooling off. The moon is getting further away. The Earth is slowing down in its spin. The population of people is growing. I go through about 60 different scientific indicators. The Earth cannot be billions of years old on my YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official. I did a whole series, an hour long, just on this DVD series here you can get, called The Age of the Earth. How to show the Earth cannot possibly be billions of years old. The age of the Earth. So it only takes one proof of a young Earth to prove the point. I mean, if you told me, this ink pen was 5,000 years old, I could, with one point, prove, no, you're not. It's not. It's made by Bic. So I think one proof of a young Earth is all that's needed, but I give about 30 or 40. I think over my YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official, I've probably given a total of maybe 70 scientific indicators, not from the Bible, from science. The Earth can't be billions of years old. The sun is burning up. It's losing 5 million tons a second. It's quite a fuel source. And it's shrinking 5 feet an hour. Okay, if you want to do the same, put the same standard you do with carbon dating, well then it's only a few million years old. Unless you want to allow for variation. Where's the extra material going to come from for the sun to burn? But that's a long story. So I think the question about Roche's limit is a fair one. The moon cannot orbit within Roche's limit, whatever that is. I think it's 20,000 miles. And yet we see the moon getting further away. I think that's a problem for Taylor and not for me. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate that.
Well,
I appreciate the question. Okay, you know
if
what?
I could respond with the math real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Just because that was real long. So the 4.5 billion years that the Earth has been dated to, the moon is receding by 4 centimeters a year. And the moon is not receding at a linear rate because of an inverse square law, but let's be generous, assume the linear rate. That would be a total recession of 180,000 kilometers. The current average distance is 385,000. So just basic subtraction, the moon would still be 205,000 kilometers away from the Earth, which is well above the 18,400 kilometer Roche limit. So that line of attack does not work.
Go ahead, Ken, if you wanted to respond.
Would the moon being closer affect the tides? Isn't the moon what causes the tides? If the moon were closer, you inverse the inverse square law. If you brought the moon into half the distance, it's quadruple the attraction, 1/2 inversed and squared. The tides would be enormous. Whether it's within Roche's limit or not, it would still destroy the Earth with increased tides with a closer moon. But there's a million other questions to get to.
All right. Well, thank you for the little back and forth there. Good questions. Let's get right to the next one. Let's see. So that one was for, the both of you. Okay. So let's get to this one. Comes in from Mike Jones in the form of a super chat. So I appreciate the super chat and support Mike. He asks, question for Dr. Hovind. Have you worked out your equations with a meteorologist or a planetary scientist to see if your ice dome is feasible?
I've not worked it out with them. No, many other people have worked on this. Walt Brown, many other people have talked about, have done research on this. It's gone. Whatever was up there is gone. Has been gone since the flood 4,400 years ago. So it would be theoretical. We see the evidence of glacial lateral moraines and terminal moraines clear down to Kansas City, but we don't see glaciers down to Kansas City. So I think there's evidence that there was ice clear down to Kansas City. That's not a question. I think there's overwhelming evidence the Earth had ice age, rapidly moving ice, roaring down from the poles. I think there was an enormous amount of ice on this planet at one time, more than we have now. We see the evidence of giant creatures that are found fossilized. I mean, cattails, 60 feet tall. Cattails. Just about everything we see alive today is found in fossil form, much bigger. So I think the crystalline canopy above the earth is a simple explanation that, and the Bible certainly teaches there was water above the atmosphere. And the historians have always taught this, there was something was different. So I think it hasn't been disproven. It doesn't make it proven, but it certainly isn't disproven.
All right, I appreciate that answer. This next question is actually for you, Taylor. We've got a good mix of questions for both Kent and you, Snake. So this one comes in from Wretched Vessel. Question for Taylor. How do you know what the heat would have been? Why isn't your assumption just that?
Why isn't my assumption? I don't get that part of the question.
I'm not 100% sure. I just read it word for word. So how do you know what the heat would have been? Why isn't? So I guess he's saying, what's your assumption behind the so-called heat problem?
Well, there have been, was it Andrew Snelling who did some calculations, but the two that I'm working with was based on the friction that it would take to move a continent in that little amount of time. I might have the exact joules around here somewhere written down, but another one, you can pretty easily calculate the heat that's generated from radioactive decay, and all you do is just multiply that by the time that it takes. So, and that is extremely enormous.
All right, I appreciate that.
I only remember the proportions. So the friction would cause 22.7 times the amount that it would take to boil off 400% of the Earth's oceans. So,
all right.
Yeah, quick response.
Sure, go ahead.
All the arguments about the heat from the continent sliding, I think there's no question the continents have moved, they've wrinkled, but they're all ignoring the fact that the Bible clearly teaches there was water under the crust of the earth. As that water is escaping while the crust is being contorted, that's going to alleviate the friction. It's a lubrication. So I think they're completely ignoring that. They're claiming the continents were moved, dry rock sliding over dry rock, which is not true. So that we'll cover on my video number 6, more on that, about the continents moving around and the shapes of the continents. They say the shapes of the continents prove they used to fit together. Guys, they say North America, South America, and Africa seem to fit. So if you walk out there, you'll find out there's dirt under the oceans all the way across. Might have to get a long pair of stilts, but you could walk across. So yeah, the continents never were connected. My house and the neighbor's house would fit perfectly if you joined them together. Doesn't prove they were together. There's dirt at the bottom of the oceans, guys. The continents might have slid a little bit and moved around, but you can't go by the shapes and the stupid Pangea theory. Get my video 6 for more on that.
All right, thanks for that response, Kent. Yeah.
So Baumgartner calculated 10 to the 28th joules of heat energy from subduction alone.
Tell him to give me a call. We'll talk about that.
All right.
All right, let's move on, guys. Great job so far. So this one comes in from One God Is Now Here in the form of a super chat. I appreciate it. So question for Taylor. When previously deep time dated fossils of organisms are found alive today, do you agree that it's scientific when scientists call these living fossils rather than admitting science may have got it wrong?
It's colloquial. I can share a picture of the living fossil coelacanth. They have changed a lot. They're only called living fossils because, we even call crocodiles living fossils, and it's not a scientific term. It's just colloquial because they haven't changed much, but there's still measurable changes. There's nothing in evolution that says that the overall body plan can't remain the same. And then if you guys are interested, I'm sharing the screen right now. So there's measurable, very noticeable differences in the different coelacanth. Over time, the last one is the modern coelacanth. You can see that their body shape changes a lot over time. But they were just surprised that there were still some around, so nothing too surprising there.
All right, thank you for the visual and the response. Snake, Dr. Hovind, if you wanted to add anything, go ahead.
Well, I think you'll find many animals alive today are also found as fossils, many thousands of them. And almost always they're bigger in the fossil record. Fossil dragonflies, 50-inch wingspan. I broke my back years ago and I can't sit very long. I'm about done sitting here, guys. But I think that the fossil evidence of 8-foot beaver fossils, and the biggest one today is 2.5 feet. A beaver, fossil, all kinds of things, fossil centipedes, 8 feet long. So I think the only explanation I can see for that is the world at one time, I'm going to say before the flood, was very different, had increased air pressure. Insects especially, since they breathe through their skin, they have to have increased air pressure. Because as an insect enlarges, you have a surface area to volume ratio problem. If you take a 1 by 1 by 1 cube, it's got 6 square inches of skin and 1 inch of volume. But if you double it to 2 by 2 by 2, it's now got 8 square cubic inches of volume and only 24 square inches of skin. You went from 6 to 1 to 3 to 1. And I cover all this on video 7. So I think that the insects are a great problem for the evolutionist to explain the giant insects. Increased air pressure and increased oxygen solves it easily.
All right, thanks, Kent. What we'll do, because the question was for you, Taylor, I'm going to make sure I get through the last 2 super chats, then we're going to call it a night. You guys have already been generous enough with your time. So, Taylor, real quick response. We're going to get through these last 2 super chats just to honor the donations, and then we're going to call it a night.
Yeah, there's no problem with extra oxygen or bigger animals in evolution. So,
all right. So this one comes in from Raw, $5 super chat. I appreciate it. And we can just have a rapid fire on these last 2. Let me see here. She asks, why aren't there any modern animals or plants found in primary? Oh, I just noticed Kent was maybe just getting up to walk around. If you want, Taylor, what we can do is...
I did see one about human footprints.
Yeah, I'm looking at the super chats. We only have 2 left, and this one came in from who, what, when. I think this might be the one that you're referring to. Actually, this one has to do with stasis, which we just kind of talked about. So why don't we...
Yeah.
Which one did you see with footprints? We can end it with a question for you.
Something about, am I aware that there are footprints in the limestone?
Yeah, I'm looking through here. Well, what we'll do is just these last couple super chats. There's too many here to funnel through. So, Dr. Hovind, why aren't there any modern animals or plants found in primary charts of Archean age? I think he's just getting his mic back up.
Yeah, that one was from Sam Jenkins. I can repost it.
All right. Okay.
That I was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. I just saw it.
Okay, is that the question down at the bottom I'm seeing there? No.
It's right here, Ken. It says, why aren't there any modern animals or plants found in primary, and then the word is CHERTS, of Archean age?
Well, I think it's obvious assumption in that question that certain fossils ought to be found in a layer that he's given a name to it. You don't know the names of it. You don't know the ages of any of those layers. And if the top layer is younger, where did it come from? Are these layers coming from outer space? They're claiming the layers deposit this way. No, they deposit sideways. Go to Experiments in Stratification by Guy, some French name about this big. Experiments in Stratification. Watch the video. As water's moving sideways, it forms 10 or 15 layers at the same time. The layers form downstream, not this way, this way. So you can watch all that. But I think all the evidence is that all fossils found are very similar or nearly identical, only bigger than today. And the fossil insects that are much larger had to have greater air pressure, greater oxygen, or both. I think both. So I don't think anything's been proven wrong about the Bible by tonight's discussion.
Okay, Kent. Well, we're going to end it with this last question. This one will be for you, Taylor. Thank you for the endurance from the both of you. So Sam Jenkins asked, and this is the question, Taylor, you were referring to. Are you aware of human footprints verified as genuine by examination and modern imaging being found in Cretaceous limestone? If so, what are your thoughts?
Well, if that's, I've heard of several of them that have been examined by creationists, and of course they conclude that they're human. Is that, if that's the Paluxy tracks, I know a lot about that. There were a couple others that were just impressions in limestone that were erosion. But as far as Paluxy goes, I just made a little chart here. So it was just a bunch of dinosaur tracks, and then this they claim is the human. So looks like dinosaurs are evolving into humans and then back into dinosaurs mid-stride. So I'm not sure that helps the situation at all.
All right, thank you for that response. Kent, I'm not sure if you wanted a response or just kind of wrap it up here.
No, I've been to Paluxy many times. I know Dr. Carl Ball has a museum there, and he studied the print. We've got copies of the tracks here. Certainly, there have been some misidentified, where it's just the pad print of a dinosaur or something. But there are many legitimate human footprints, usually much bigger than ours today, have been found. Many human footprints have been found around the world. If you watch my video number 3 about dinosaurs in the Bible, I have a whole section. I was trying to find it quickly here, where I show pictures of these. And this is not just in the middle of a trackway of other dinosaur tracks. It's a whole trackway of human tracks. When they were first discovered, there was a chiropractor who lived there in Glen Rose who began making it his life study of these things. I mean, the guy was a chiropractor. He knew a little bit about anatomy. He said, look, these are human footprints. Fossilization can take place quickly. Frequently, fish are found, like this fossil fish inside of a fish. A fossil with the head thrown back. I got one here showing there's some of the human foot handprints. Not that one. Let's see. There we go. Giant dragonflies fossils. And hope to show the one of a fish giving birth. I mean, soft tissue like flowers are found fossilized. How could that last? Fossilization can be a rapid event. If it's buried quickly in mud, the mud then turns to stone. It can turn the fossil within it, or the plant within it, to a fossil. Happens quickly. So I think the Bible says that the scoffers will be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. They don't like to admit that flood could do all the things that we see in geology, because that represents the judgment of God. And Taylor, God's going to judge you one day. He's going to judge me too. But see, my sins are forgiven. I accepted Jesus Christ's payment for mine. So I'm going to heaven. It ain't because I'm good, because he's good. He saved me 52 years ago now. I'd like to see the same for you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Kent. Taylor, question was for you. So if you want to add any final thoughts, final points, and then we're gonna call it a night. Very good debate, guys.
So yeah, without specific reference to footprints, I'm not sure. I would have to look into that. So the one I gave is the one I know most about. So I guess we can leave it there. And yeah, mighty convenient to have all your sins erased. I try and just do the right thing the first time. So,
all right. Well,
how's that working out for you?
Pretty good.
All right, guys. You both made for a great debate. Definitely one to remember. Great chat the entire time. Great questions from the audience as well. I appreciate the support. I appreciate the super stickers from the audience. Kent, Taylor, any final words and anything you wanted to kind of add before we shut it down for the night?
No, we'd like to invite everybody down November 24th, the day before Thanksgiving, our Bible Believers Baptist Big Bang Blowout. We're taking on all the atheists in the world. Come on down, or come by Skype or by phone. I'm going to debate all of you at the same time with half my brain tied behind my back. We want to see the best 3 evidences for evolution. We're going to debunk them right here on our channel, Kent Hovind Official, well, on the other channel. And we'd love to have you come. Come spend the day with us. We'll be your family. Join us for Thanksgiving dinner. So you're invited. Taylor, come on down. All right.
Awesome. Thanks for those final words, Kent. That sounds a lot of fun. And yeah, go ahead, Taylor. Final words.
Well, I will unfortunately be in Mexico putting my feet in the sand, but I guess there's a couple things I could briefly touch on, if that's okay, that I don't think I got to. As far as all the mountain layers forming at the same time, we can see today how mountains form. We watch them grow. They're being pushed by the plate tectonics. And as far as evolution, I know it wasn't really a debate on evolution, but I guess I'll just say we observed today that the size, shape, location, orientation, number, and chemical composition of bones and organs and all of their traits change, and so there's no reason to think that that lineages can't accumulate a lot of those changes. So that's the science of evolution in a nutshell, and I guess I'll leave it there.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Kent and Taylor, we're going to let you guys go. That's 2 hours. 2 hours flies by as usual. So God bless you. God bless the chat. And Standing for Truth is out.
I hope you enjoyed this video. Please make sure to hit that like button. It really does help. And subscribe if you enjoyed the content and want to see more.